think a new song just started, so. Nope, not that. Nope, not that. Hello, can you hear me? Welcome, Norman and Mako Cam. Thank you so much for the cheers. So I have not written down the list, so I'm going. Good, I'm glad you can hear me. I've not written down the list, so I'm going to. Thanks for the snooze. I'm going to write that down um, while I'm chatting with you guys. Oh, I'm sorry I'm so scatterbrained today. I wasn't even like late or anything to like in past days where I have been late. It's because I've been late to my setup. But I was not late to my setup today. And so I don't know why it's been so bad. Yeah, so just um if no one else hears you, I'm a little quiet, huh? Well, my mic is saying I'm yellow here, and my mic is also saying I'm yellow here. So am I quiet for everybody or just Wolf? Um. Okay, so nope. Now I just forgot who was next. Okay, so to do. Okay, and oh yeah, if you if you hear wet slurping sounds, it's because I put my cat's food in this room, and I don't usually do that. Okay, and then yes. Do and I think there was a hype train. Thank you, if there was. uh, um, is that I'll try to do my little spiel while I'm doing this. But if you are new here, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone, but especially the supporters. Supporters get 2 votes. I don't know how to introduce that new development, but yeah. So everybody votes, and then we have 350-word microfiction for said prompt. We all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. Yes. And 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. Encores can be unlocked through cheering. So, why am I forgetting? Hold on. Scroll. Oh, that's who it is. Okay. That's who it is. Oh, there's about to be an ad. Okay, they can be unlocked through encores. The encores can be unlocked through cheering. So when you cheer, then that makes an invisible bar go up. We once had a bar that kept track of how much cheering was going on. Unfortunately, that bar was lost to the void. But now we have a calculating wolf, Death's Head, and Mako Cam. So give a round of applause for them. Okay, the ad's starting. I should stop. Was that void bar? Ooh ha ha! Like in Finding Nemo. Thank you, Ghoulish. Just gonna boop, and boop is a very big boop. It feels like you touched someone on the nose and then they went flying backwards. Yeah, that's one hell of a boop. Hold on. Oh, he might hear kitty noms. Your hearing is quite good, so out of anybody, I bet you could. You at 75% volume, I can hear you okay. Oh, kitty, yes, good, slurpy, slurpy. Okay, it was on Wolf. Fair enough, Mako. But thank you for the cheer.
Oh, it's sneezy.
I don't know if you can see him. Can you?
He's right here, sneezing.
I can't even tell from this angle if you can see him, but he's there. Oh yeah, it is ad time. You heard him sneeze, yep, he was sneezing.
Here, it is ad time, so we can pet the kitties a little. If you don't know, this is Bella, and the other one is Bo.
Yeah, I think you can see his ear. You can see his little face. Oh, let's see if I can, let's make me... There you go. Yeah. Well, now he's walking away. But yeah, that was the kitty.
That was that kitty sneezing. You're cute.
Here, let me move the chair closer so you have a place to sit.
Little kitty cat. There you go. Yeah, there you go. You're a fan of the chair, aren't you?
The lag goblins should not be here. They were defeated by the flesh horse. Okay. No land goblins, but yes, the Amitas. Oopsie doodles. But yes, you'll see him in a sec anyways. But yes, okay, where was I? So we have Calculating Wolf, Death's Head and Mako Cam. Hello, Huel and Number. Is that what that is? Huel and a Number. Huel and a Number. Nice. Alright. But yes, so for our encores that can be unlocked through cheering, and they will let you know when you have unlocked one. So there are 4 that you can unlock, and it is greatly appreciated when you do that. The people who get their stories read really love getting their stories read, and I greatly appreciate your support. So that is a lovely thing to do. What was I going to say? I was going to talk about how you get to be guaranteed. So, on Discord, there are 3 tiers that you can subscribe to. There's the $3 bookworm tier that gives you access to submitting prompts, which is great. And if that's for you, then that's for you. And then there is the $5 tier, which is the Cocooned in Silk tier, which gives you access to that, and then if your story is picked for the stream, it will be in the guaranteed submissions section. You also may submit 2 stories if you so desire. Then there is the $10 tier. That gives you access to everything from the previous perks, and then also the first prompt that you submit will automatically get added to the final vote. And you also can submit 3 stories instead of just 2, but there are some rules around that, so make sure you check the rules about that. And then you can also get a tag for your universe if you so desire, so contact me if that is indeed something you desire. Deedle-a-doo. Okay, so, that's great. Alright, so our prompt for this week is Some Call It Curse. We've got some bangers today. I will say, first thing, I asked for pirate stories, and I was delivered pirate stories. That was so fun to see. I love the fact that, there were a lot of things that people talked about during that midstream question. The midstream question last week was, what do you want to see more of in the writing group? And there were a lot of great answers to that question, but I feel very honored that you guys went for my answer, that you were like, oh, so you want pirates and mermaids, huh? I can work with that. So I thought that was fantastic.
Hi, kitty.
So, yes, without further ado... Norman, wait, you asked for pirate stories? Yes, you were the one person who gave me a pirate story, not knowing I asked for a pirate story. Indeed. But yes, so we have, for our guaranteed submissions, Norman Gray, Koryan, Deathside 419, Hellenic Taoist, and myself. Then for the encores, we have The Real Decoy, Boople, Shinny Radiation, and Hewell, who is a debut. So you'll notice that I said 4 stories are selected, are guaranteed, but there are 5. Well, I'm a little nervous about this, but the reason I did that is because the stories this week were very, very solid. The supporter stories were super solid, which is fantastic. But that means that I have less to talk about because I'm just like, this is great. Okay, so we'll see what happens. But because I felt like multiple stories I was having less to say about, I felt like we could add another one in there. I felt like we had time for another one. I hope I was right. I'm a little bit nervous that my penchant to go on and on and on will still occur and will make this, unbearably long. But hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, so knowing that, we should probably get started, huh? Oh, but I will say before we do get started, a couple little things. Firstly, so if you didn't notice, I decided to put the Dracula streams together and make a May master stream. So if you haven't listened to me reading the May entries for Dracula, that is a great way to go listen to those. It takes out my intros, my outros. It takes out me having to leave to deal with the kitties and stuff like that. So it's a smoother viewing experience. At least I hope it is. Yeah, but I wanted to do that because I don't like how on the other streams, it's like May 15, 18, 17, 31. And I feel like it looks really cluttered, but I don't know how else to title it because it's not going by chapters. And so I was like, I want to make one that is just May, and that's it. And so yeah, so I that is there. I would really appreciate if you check it out, or you let me know if you like that. And then another thing to quick say is that I did plan to stream this week, but things got in the way. Namely, I have been working, nice. Namely, I have been working on the first episode of Dark Souls, and this is my first foray into editing a video and editing a video I recorded ahead of time. There's things to love about it and things to hate about it. I can't really go into it because I don't have time. But yeah, that's been taking up a lot of my time. And so if you're wondering why I didn't stream this week, I wanted to, just doing a recorded video is getting in the way. So yeah, yay for 5 stories. And yes, really do need to use the timer. Did I do 20 minutes last time? And thank you for the cheer, Death said.
Kitty. You want out, baby? You're cute. Cute little kitty.
Okie dokie. Let me set the timer, and we will begin. Where Rain Can Never Fall, by Norman Gray. Gandrian thought it was just waves rocking his boat, at first. Then he saw her through the rain, arms slung over the edge of the bow, nothing visible below her bare shoulders. Grinning as if she kept a secret, though to Gandrian it was hardly a secret at all. The blue hue of her shoulder-length hair, eyes like sunlit emerald. All the time he'd spent trying not to drown, he wasn't about to be undone now. Siren or mermaid? Hop in the water and find out, she replied in a playful tone. Mermaid, then. She spoke without melody, toying with him, enjoying a game no siren ever needed to play. If a siren wanted him underwater, he'd probably be overboard already. You scared away the sailors with all this rain you've brought, she told him. You You know what I am? She nodded. We've encountered others like you before. Ganrian hardly knew what to make of that revelation. What happened to them? They belong to the sea now, free of their afflictions. Drowned, he wondered. Or turned into merfolk. Why so shy? She spun and tilted her head backwards over the bow, bearing far more now than just her shoulders. No rain beneath the tides. Life below would suit you better. It was so very tempting. A kind offer, but my heart belongs to another. The smile fell from her face, but her upside-down stare stayed fixed on him. Yet you're out here, all alone. I try not to inflict my curse upon anyone, especially not my beloved. You believe that you're doing her a favor? The mermaid shook her head. Being kept from the one you love. Loneliness is its own curse. She'll move on, he insisted. Yet you haven't. At that, he went silent. He could see pity in those emerald eyes. Lawless seas, and somehow I managed to find a man of virtue. She softened her smile, her infatuation now mere curiosity. So, tell me about her, then. Finally, Gandrian let down his guard, and returned a smile of his own. Her name is Clara. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
Did the kitty come back? No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Alrighty. I thought this was pretty fantastic. I was thinking about saying this at the end of the last stream, and then I forgot. But I was really hoping that you'd do a Gandrian story because he just seems to fit this prompt so perfectly. So I greatly enjoyed that. And then I was like, yay, Gandrian! And then a mermaid shows up and I'm like, yay, mermaids! So this story just had two things I myself am fond of. So I will read through your little notes here. Norman said, I test read this story a few weeks ago in the backup readings because I had some concerns about it. When my questions were pretty well answered, for curiosity's sake, I'll pose them again here. 1. This story was initially intended for the prompt Horrid Blessings and Wondrous Curses. However, I felt the need to hold off from posting it at the time. Does it fit this week's prompt, or was it a stretch to post it under this new prompt? I typically hesitate to write anything even approaching sexually charged content because I worry about cheapening a story with gratuitous sexuality. I really felt like I was walking a thin line with a couple of moments in this piece. Is the story overall still tasteful? I had some other questions, but I can't remember them now. I'll post them if they come to me. So if they have come to you, Norman, don't hesitate to post them. I think I will save those for the end, but you guys can feel free to answer them in the chat. But yeah, so I really like the I really like the beginning here. There's only one thing that I'm like debating on whether or not I should even say, because I feel like it's just a weird thing that happened with me the first time I read it, not reading it too closely. But it kind of happened another time, and so I'm like, maybe. But I feel like when I read nothing visible below her bare shoulders, my brain short-circuited and was like, okay, so there's nothing there. Not like, she's in the water, bro. And so I think for me, saying, your arms thrown over the edge of the bow, the water covering up to her bare shoulders, or the boat covering up to her bare shoulders, might be a little clearer for past me, but then again, very much could have been user error in that case. But anyways, but other than that, I really like this little intro to the scene, and that the boat's rocking, and he's like, oh yeah, some waves, and then like mermaid pops up. I also love her blue hair, because I feel like, when people like try on wigs and stuff like that and they put on blue hair, they're like mermaid hair. But oftentimes mermaids actually aren't depicted as having blue hair. They often have like normal hair colors, so I really like that you went for it in that regard. I like the next line, like, he's trying not to drown in his own rainstorm, and he's not gonna be outdone by a mermaid now. Very fun. And then I like, the question of siren or mermaid, and then him recognizing that she's a mermaid because she doesn't have any melody, and, sirens are much more dangerous, and she wouldn't be so playful. She wouldn't be playing this game if she was a siren. I think that's really cool. Just some really neat world building things. I'm really curious if this is the same world as your siren story, the male siren, or if this is a different world. But either way, I think that's just some fun stuff. As I said, I always love piratey mermaid and siren stories, so I just thought that was fun. And then she's, kind of playfully mad at him because she's like, hey, like, you took away our prey, bro. You took away all the sailors because you brought all this rain. I think that's fun. That's cute. A little bit of a critique for this line. There's a rain cloud following you, dude. Like, she doesn't need to know what you are to know that the rain is coming with you. Like, all she said is, you've brought the rain. And so it doesn't really mean that she knows, oh, you're the Stormwalker, Gendrian. It just means that she sees the giant rain cloud over him. And then I think, like, that you could find a way to segue into this even without this, that you scared away all the sailors with all this rain you've brought, and then he kind of, like, maybe looks up at the rain cloud or, like, thinks for a second, and then she just continues, we've encountered others like you before. I think that would sound perfectly natural. But I also do like this little... Oh yeah, I do want to ask, though, if you don't know this universe, if you felt like his curse was well enough established. Did you feel like this was enough to say, like, aha, a storm follows him everywhere? Or if you didn't really quite get that, and if you needed more. But anyways, I also like this little world building thing of we've encountered others like you before. I had no idea that in Gandrian's universe, he is not the only one who has ever had this curse. So I think that is really neat. I absolutely love this line. This is possibly my favorite line, that, like, oh, they belong to the sea, free of their afflictions. Yeah, your first thought is, they're dead, and then you're like, well, maybe there's a more hopeful explanation for this. Maybe they were turned into merfolk. I think that's cool, like, especially because I think it follows exactly what the reader is probably thinking, too, that, yeah, you're gonna think of the negative one. And I think that's especially cool because often it's the other way around, where you're like, positive one! Or maybe negative one. And I think this is cool that the first thing both he and the reader thinks of is like, yeah, they're probably dead. And then you're like, maybe there's hope. I think that's really neat. And then, we'll come back to this with your question there, but FYI, I thought it was fine. So let's see. So I guess I'll go into my biggest critique of the piece here, which is the fact that there's kind of a similar thing happening with this story as what happened with Marx's and Nystay's stories last week, which is that there is a burning question that doesn't feel like it was answered, and it leaves the reader, or at least left this reader, really hanging and not completely satisfied because I'm still wondering about that question, which is the fact that his curse, really bad. And this, like, is a great offer. This is not at all a bad offer. And he is acting like he has to be romantically or sexually involved, or both, with this mermaid or a mermaid in order for this to happen. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why it would require giving his heart to another to be able to become a merman and be free of this curse. Because he's going to say later, like, I don't intend to go back to her because I don't want my curse to affect her. Well, he doesn't have to give his heart to anybody else. He can still, like, forever remain in love with Clara, but also, become a merman. And so I feel like if you answered, like, why why he does have to give his heart to another for that to happen. I don't think I would be having this question, but I don't really understand why, and like, it makes sense here why he's like, sorry lady, I know what you're offering, I ain't about that. So I understand why he's rejecting this offer, and I understand what she's offering in that regard. But this is a different offer to me. Like, these two things don't have to be the same, and or at least it isn't established why they're required to go together. And so I think, establishing like, oh, you have to, a mermaid will only turn someone who, she's in love with. A mermaid will only turn someone who has given their heart to her. A mermaid will only... You'll become like the thrall of the mermaid. You'll become like her servant if you go under the sea. Something like that. I guess it's kind of an example of like, I need to know the price of magic here. That I feel like this magic is really, really good. And so I need to know the price a little bit more than just like, sorry, I love someone else. Because it's not really established why he has to be in love with this mermaid or give his heart to her. To be free of his curse, if that makes sense. But nonetheless, I do like this idea of, him still loving this girl, Clara, even though he can never be with her. That's very sweet. It makes him a very endearing character, and, him being tempted by the mermaid's offer, but like, no, sorry, I'm made of stronger stuff than that. I think that is fun. I really like this this image too. I can totally imagine that. And, I like this back and forth, my heart belongs to no other, but you're out here all alone. That's so natural. I like that a lot. I also really like this as well, that of course we have the curse of the storm following him, but she's like, hey, like, I get that you have a curse, but loneliness is another curse. And she's like, you think you're saving her by being away from her, but you're not really. Like, you are inflicting a new curse on her. Like some call loneliness a curse. I think that's really neat. That brings it to a new level. I think it's really cool. I also really love this back and forth of like, oh, she'll move on, but you haven't. And so it's also this, it's kind of saying like, are you sure she's gonna move on? Like, are you sure she's not sitting there lonely without you? Because you're sitting here lonely without her. I think that's very cool. This is a great line too. That's very fun. And I like this image as well of like, the smile, like, that is very flirty, goes to just a more like platonic, curious smile. And he's like, okay, I'm all right now. I think that's very cool. I like that a lot. What was the other thing I was gonna say? I was gonna say something else. I don't remember. I'll look at what you... Oh, I guess maybe I was just gonna talk about the questions. So for question 1, yes, and I feel like any Gandrian story would fit this prompt, because like I said, he's one of the immediate people that I thought of when this prompt came up, and so it's not difficult to make this prompt fit with him. But I think you took it another level by going, him not realizing that loneliness is a curse, and her saying, some call loneliness a curse, I think that's really neat. And then I did not find the story to be very sexual. Like, there's like, a little bit of something here, but it's barely anything. It's very tame. And like, depending on what the answer to my question is, you maybe could have gone a little harder with it. You maybe could have gone a little bit sexier with it, and it might have benefited the story, because maybe through that you could have clarified, no, this has to be a sexual thing for it to work, for him to be able to become a merman. And so, no problem with that. I did not think that it cheapened the story. I think it worked perfectly fine. Needs more sexy times. But let's see. I know that you answered some stuff. So the other questions have not, in fact, come to me. Probably not important. Not necessarily what that means, but fair enough. It's supposed to be the boat covering her up because she slung her arms onto the boat. I'll admit I would have been more descriptive. It had, if I had more words to play with. I don't even really have a solid idea of how big this boat is or what it looks like. Fair enough, fair enough. Hang on.
Come here, kitty. Baby cat. Come here, silly. Cat. Why are you just standing there? Yeah, I see you. I see you. Good kitty. Good kitty. Yeah, it closes the door. Because I'm too loud. I'm too loud in here, kitty.
Alright. I assumed it was some rowboat, says Arith. Something small as a boat. Yep, that's pretty much what I was imagining too. Yule, I didn't get how it was happening, but I got what was happening. Fair enough. Never mind. Fun fact, I've been writing for this character off and on for over a decade, and I still don't know why he's cursed. Oh, that's really funny. Maybe for one of the prompts, you'll figure it out. Maybe there's hope. Turn into a merfolk. Nice. That's kind of neat. Arith, whoa, just had a literal mental image that you have to literally give your heart physically to a mermaid to turn into a merman. Gnarly. Oh, that's cool though. Yeah, you know, I think you guys know that I Once Upon a Time, I loved the show Once Upon a Time. It was my thing long ago. And in that show, they will magically, literally take people's hearts out. And so I think, like, ever since that, either I already was fond of that image and then that show made me more fond of it, or that show made me fond of that idea, but it makes me think of that. Especially because, yeah, in that show, if you have someone's heart, you can control them with it. And so it kind of goes along with the idea of you might become the mermaid's thrall. Norman says, I guess there's some murkiness around mermaid lore. I sort of imagined that there was some bare minimum attachment, at the very least a kiss shared between them, and I sort of imagined that even that was a step too far, like he'd been cheating on Clara. But I agree, needs more words, man. Fair. Yeah, that would work. Like if you... Yeah, I don't know exactly how you could explain it without it sounding too exposition-y, but that's very helpful, just knowing, like, oh yeah, like, at the very least, you need to kiss her. And Gandrian's like, no, like, I am... and that makes even more sense as to why she says, like, I managed to find a man of virtue, is like, you're so virtuous, you won't even kiss me, kind of thing. And so... that would totally work for his character, that would work for the scene, and that would make sense as to why it's like... And it would really say something about Gandrian, that it's like, I would rather continue to live with this horrible curse than kiss someone who's not Clara, you know? So yeah, that works. And in that case, then you wouldn't need to add more sexy, or it wouldn't necessarily benefit to add, you know, more sexiness to the scene. You just would need to find a way to convey that, you know, the kiss is what's needed to do that. I guess maybe she could say something like, let's see, you know, why so shy, no rain beneath the tides, life below would suit you better. Just one little kiss, that's all I need, or that's all it takes. And then he would be like, sorry, my heart belongs to another. I think that would work perfectly. Oh, there's the timer. Yeah, like she ritually magically rips out his heart as part of the transformation, and a darker version of the Little Mermaid's transformation after giving away her voice. Yeah. Needs more sexy times. God. Boople. Oh, I like this story. Nice. Mermaids only bother transforming those who entertain them in one way or another. Yeah, that could work as well. But yes, especially because we've got a lot of stories to get through and my timer just went off. We should move on, but I thought this was really great, Norman. So happy to see you posting again. Let us go on to Koryan. Koryan, if you are here, don't hesitate to share any questions you might have with us. Kitty, you're cute. Alright, yes, new timer. Thank you for the reminder. Stitched with Gold by Koryan. With eyes closed, I lay wide awake on the ground where we decided to camp, my cape covering my entire body, leaving no skin exposed. He thinks I'm just being modest, but I can't let him see what lies underneath. Not yet, anyway. I turn my mind, as I have so many times before, to the golden stitches that not only adorn my body, but have held it together for so long. I've asked myself 1,000 times, and I'll keep pondering at the thought another 1,000. It's a question with no answers to be seen. Am I a walking curse? Or have I been blessed with a second chance at life? The way I came to be happened so long ago now, the years are fading from my memory and blurring altogether. My former life seemed like a dream, until it wasn't. My hand reaches for one of the stitches on the opposite forearm. Both a sense of calmness and undeniable loneliness washes through me. Calmness, knowing I am in one piece, even if just barely. Loneliness, because I am one of a kind, and everyone I know and love are gone. Even if they were still around. I curl deeper into myself. A walking curse. I've heard those words from the people who were supposed to be there for me, my family, friends. If my new companion discovers my secret, will he react the same? I know I'll have to tell him sooner or later, and I don't have much else to lose. They can stay or they can leave. I've been on much more dangerous quests alone. I can manage on my own if need be. My heart begins to ache. I never want to be alone. Has he heard the stories about me? Or have they circulated out of the masses? The story of a walking curse held together by magical golden thread who wanders the lonely roads in search of more gold to adorn herself with. How could I possibly be not seen as anything else? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I'll real quick say about the last line. I'm not sure if you meant this to be, how could I possibly be seen as anything else? But I wasn't sure if you meant something by that not, so I left it in. But it sounds like it would make a little more sense as be seen as anything other than a walking curse. But anyways, I really like this story too. It's really funny because pretty much everybody I talked to was like, oh yeah, like it's like Frankenstein, like she's stitched together, but it's like a golden Frankenstein thing. And I if you don't know, I am writing a retelling of Frankenstein, and I find it funny that my first thought was my Victor as opposed to my creature. It totally works for my creature too, but I think that's very funny that everybody was like, yeah, Frankenstein, and I was like, my Victor. But anyways, love that image. I mean, obviously I love Frankenstein, and so of course I'm gonna love a Frankenstein-esque image, and it's cool because it's like this more beautiful sort of image than that. It's almost like that art style in Japan where you break something and then you put it back together with gold. It kind of feels like that, but in a person, and I think that is very cool. So let's just start at the beginning. I really like the way you set up the scene. Here we are in the camp, and then we have my cape covering my entire body, leaving no skin exposed. I really like that. I think that's a great way to start the story because we're going, why is that? Why do you purposely want to leave no skin exposed? And then the next line, he thinks I'm just being modest, but I can't let him see what lies underneath. Not yet, anyway. That tells us a little bit more, but also gives us a little more mystery. You're pulling us along at a perfect pace, and you're also telling us, okay, like there's another person that she's with. This person doesn't realize what's actually going on, and she has determined not to show him. I think this is such a perfect way to begin a story. I think that this is definitely something to keep in mind when the rest of us like go to write our like first and second lines, is like, because you set up something that is mysterious, that intrigues the reader, and then you also kind of set up the main character's conflict throughout the story, because that's what the main conflict of the whole thing is should I show him or should I not? And so I think that is really neat. And then next line is great. Just love that image. This is the line I was most unsure how to fix, so I'll just show you what it used to be. So it used to be, I've asked myself 1,000 times, and I'll keep pondering at the thought another 1,000, always one with no answers to be seen. Am I a walking curse, or have I been blessed at a second chance at life? And now you know why I had to change that to with, because at isn't technically wrong, but it does sound awkward, and it makes me trip. But anyways, so I don't want to go too deep into like the grammar issues and stuff, but you know, I've kept asking myself 1,000 times, and I'll keep pondering the thought another 1,000. That's fine, that works. But you know, it does feel like there should be some commas in there, and then without any commas, it goes into always one with no answers to be seen. Well, what do you mean one? It hasn't, whatever this one refers to hasn't been labeled before. You haven't said, I've asked myself this question 1,000 times, and I'll keep pondering the thought another 1,000. I guess maybe you meant the thought, but thoughts don't really have answers, and so saying it's a thought with no answers to be seen sounds a little bit awkward. And so, you know, and then always one with no answers to be seen is a different thought, a different sentence than this. And so it works when you have a different like punctuation in there, but without, you know, a punctuation, it doesn't quite work. But you could have it be a period. You could have it be a dash. I don't quite know if semicolon is exactly right, because I was really unsure how to fix this sentence, but it seemed the most right to me. So if any of you have ideas for how to better fix the sentence than what I did, then feel free to plug those into the chat. But anyways, and then I do like this, you know, I do like the question, am I a walking curse, or have I been blessed with a second chance at life? Again, you're setting up, okay, here's the question that we're going to be pondering. And again, it's this great pace of like, ooh, what's going on? Like, why are you wearing a cape that covers yourself? Why can't you let him see what lies underneath? Ooh, why do you have golden stitches? Am I a walking curse, or have I been blessed with a second chance at life? All right, some more answers, but some more questions. Like that is exactly what you want from these stories, and kind of from any story is, all right, here's a question. All right, here's an answer and another question. All right, here's an answer and another question, and keep going. And you just got to make sure that for the most part, all the answers that your readers want do get answered by the end. But that's a great way to do a story. I like that a lot. I do like this image of, you know, it happened so far away. It's, you know, the memories are blurring. I love that image of blurred memory. This line here I have a bit of a critique for, which is that saying my former life seemed like a dream. It almost seems like it's referring to what you were just talking about. Like, okay, I'm starting to forget my former life. My former life seems like a dream. And especially because the grammar, like the tenses were a little bit off, and so it was hard to tell if you did mean seemed or currently seems. And so, yeah, it's like, it's fading from memory. It seems like a dream. And then until it wasn't. And we're like, wait, but you established that it's blurring in present day. So what do you mean until it wasn't? I think what you're trying to say is my former life was really good. It was like this awesome life until this happened and it wasn't anymore. And I think that could maybe work without being right next to this, but the fact that it is makes it a bit confusing. And so I think you could say something like, I had everything I could want in my former life until I didn't. I think that would work perfectly. And then I do like this image of, you know, her running her hand over the stitches, and it calms her but also makes her feel really lonely and achy inside. I think that's very cool. I do think that sentence could be a little smoother. You like maybe just saying my hand reaches for one of the stitches, and both a sense of calmness and undeniable loneliness washes over me. Or you could just say, my hand reaches for one of the stitches and calmness and undeniable loneliness wash through me. But I think it's okay as is, and I do really like the image. And then, it's interesting that even after all these years, there's this calm of like, I'm still alive. That it really tells you something about the human survival instinct. That even after all the horrors she's had to endure because of this, she's still happy to be alive. And then loneliness because I'm one of a kind. So I don't think that this is necessarily like bad or anything, but it definitely sticks out to me. Because I think what you're going for is kind of this Frankenstein's creature image where she may have been human once, but you're thinking she's this special creature now. But she seems very human to me. And so when I read this line, loneliness because I'm one of a kind, I'm going, well, everyone is. Every human is one of a kind. So, like, what makes this specific to you and your curse? And so I think, let's see, did I offer another example? I didn't. But yeah, so like if she was the last of her kind, and I guess it works better for Frankenstein's monster because even though he's made out of human parts, he wasn't a human who was brought back to life and still remembers his human life. Yeah, like, he is his own creature who was brought to life from humans, you know what I mean? And so she acts human, she thinks humanly. My image of her isn't very, like, inhuman or rotting or anything like that. And so she seems like she's still human, and so I think that a different phrase here would work a bit better. I had something, let me think. I guess you could say quite simply, loneliness, because there are none like me. There's no one else like me. I think that would better convey. It's not like I'm one of a kind, because everybody's one of a kind. It's, there's no one like me. There's no, or even loneliness because I'm the only one with this affliction. I think that could work as well. But this one definitely works for sure as a reason to be lonely for sure. And there's also like this loneliness throughout the entire story of I can't tell him. I have to be alone because, it's this interesting dichotomy of I want to tell him because if he loves all of me, then I feel completely loved. But if I tell him, he might not love me at all. He might leave me, and I might be truly alone. And so she feels alone in her secret, but she's afraid she's going to be more alone if she tells him. And I think that's neat. For this line here, I think you're going for this idea of they're the ones who, said these things in the past, and maybe that was the point, that was the segue. And so it's like, even if they were still around, they wouldn't like me, or they wouldn't want to be around me. But something about the way this is phrased, just being on its own line and trailing off and being before the explanation instead of after, I think makes it a little bit confusing. We're kind of left going, wait, what do you mean, even if they're still around? What's the end of that sentence? And so I think, saying something like, and everyone I know and love are gone. Not that I necessarily still want them around after the way they treated me. Everyone I know and love are gone. Not that they'd necessarily want to be with me if they were still around. Like something that's just a little more clear, and then you segue into, that's what happens in the next paragraph. I think that might work better, or quite simply removing it and just going into, like, everyone I know and love are gone. And then she curls up and goes, but my family and friends are the ones who, cursed, who said I was a curse, and, that sort of thing. But I do really like that idea, and I like the fact that, yeah, of course, like, she has reason to be afraid that this person is going to turn on her, because the people who are closest to her, her family and friends, are the ones who initially rejected her. And that is so sad and makes a lot of sense as to why her brain is where it is now. And I like that. And it also really goes along with this prompt of some call it a curse, and you're kind of going for this this idea of important people to her called it a curse. It's not that the masses are calling it a curse that's as much of a problem as the people I care about, or cared about in the past, they called it a curse. And that's the issue. I think that's cool. Well, not cool for our main character, but cool as a use of the prompt. And then this right here is probably my favorite part of the piece. I love that she's going, okay, he's going to have to find out. I can't keep it a secret forever. And you know what? It's fine. Like, he can stay or he can leave. Those are the only options. I've done more dangerous stuff alone. I can be on my own. And then she kind of deflates and goes, and her heart begins to ache, and she goes, I never want to be alone. I think that's really cool and so human, to go, I'm fine, we're good, like, whatever. He's gonna react how he's gonna react. Oh, but I'm so scared, though. Like that. I think that's so beautiful and relatable, and I like that a lot. This isn't that big of an issue. I didn't really think about it at first, but it is a question I have, which is, I'm not really sure why she wouldn't know if, like, in the sentence, has he heard the stories about me or have they circulated out of the masses? I'm kind of wondering how she wouldn't know if the stories were circulated out, because there's no indication that she went away, from society or anything like that. And everything we've been talking about seems to indicate she's been, hearing it. She's been within the masses. And so a little bit odd that she seems to not know. But nevertheless, I do like the idea behind the sentence of, like, has he even heard the stories about me? Like, I'm kind of thinking he has, but maybe he hasn't, that kind of thing. And, it's this question of what would he call it? Would he call me a curse? Kind of thing. I do think that this here is a little bit odd to me because we haven't heard this part of the legend in the rest of the piece, and it's just kind of thrown in there at the end, and it feels important to explain because when we're just left with it like that, we're kind of going, is that true or not? Is that just a rumor people have come up with, or is that actually true and something you do? Is that a part of this curse? And I guess that segues into my biggest critique of the piece overall, which is the fact that it's kind of two things that go together. So the first part is the term a walking curse. The term a walking curse has a very different connotation to zombie or demon or something of the like. And I'm sure that it's there, because that's the prompt. The prompt is some call it a curse. But I think that the prompt would work perfectly well, even if you used the word demon or zombie. We would get, yeah, that's a curse. Like with Gandrian. Well, I guess Norman did use the word curse. But even if they didn't, like, we would get, yeah, a storm following you everywhere. That's a curse, even if you don't, like, use the word in the story itself. And so, yeah, if you had people call her a demon or something like that, then I think we'd get, yeah, this is a curse. But my issue with it is the fact that, like I was saying, a walking curse is a very different connotation to zombie or demon. Because zombie is like, this is someone who was dead who came back to life. That's scary. Get away. And demon is like, something's wrong here. Like, I don't know what happened, but maybe you, like, I don't think you're human. I think you might have, like, come out of hell or something like that. A walking curse. A curse is basically like, I wish misfortune. Like, it's like casting misfortune on somebody. And so it's not just the sense of, you are a dead person come to life. It's you bring a curse everywhere you go. You bring harm, you bring misfortune everywhere you go. With that idea of walking curse. And even, like, it's exacerbated by the word walking, but even if it was just a curse, like, you don't usually call a person a curse, because a curse is, like I said, it is the spell or the wish of harm on someone. It's not, and, like, you can be cursed, but that is different from being a curse, if that makes sense. That she is cursed. But my confusion and issue lies with the idea of she is a curse. Because, like I said, a curse tends to have this idea of it is a wish of misfortune. It is a spell of harm. And so it implies that everywhere she goes, she brings harm with her. And I don't really see that throughout the story. All the issue seems to be is that she's a dead person who came back to life and potentially immortal. And those are fair enough. Oh, there's the timer. Those are fair enough reasons to, like, be a little freaked out by her. But it doesn't make her a curse, if that makes sense. And so if the only issue is just that she was a dead person who came to life and now she's immortal and that freaks people out, I think using a different word would be better. If she is a curse, like I was saying, if she does bring harm and misfortune no matter where she goes, I think that needs to be explained. I think that words need to be devoted to that, especially because you have this thing at the end here, like, this might work as a curse. Like, if that's true, that maybe she does have this need to get more gold to adorn herself with, and so she, even no matter if she wants it or not, she ends up stealing from people no matter where she goes. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That seems like a walking curse. And so, but we're not told if it's true or what that entails. And so we don't have enough to know if she is a walking curse or if it's more of her being seen as like a zombie, if that makes sense. Let's see what folks have been saying. Yeah, Arith, for some reason I picture this as an attractive version of Frankenstein's monster. Stupid sex monster. How many monster stories did we have this week? Yeah, we should calculate at the end. But there were quite a few. Or like Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, I think I imagine her even more human than Sally. Like, I basically just imagine her like a normal human, but with gold thread. And I think that's part of why my question is so strong as to why, like, you know, people think so lowly of her, because she seems human, and these stitches actually seem beautiful. Like, I almost feel like she would seem more like a gift from the gods, or blessed by the gods, instead of cursed, you know? And so if she does look like rotting or like a zombie or something like that, that would also help. And so that would be a good thing to include too. Hello, Magistrate Ironlung. Marks, thank you for the cheer. Can't stay today, but I'm dropping by and dropping some bits while I'm at it. Have a great stream, everybody. Thank you for dropping by. And thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Forgot to cheer for Norman's story. Fair. Koryan says, I like that wording better. Affliction. My idea is that she's still human but does have similarities to Frankenstein. Gotcha. And I do assume you're talking about like the creature, right? That she is like her own creature in your mind, as opposed to, well, no, you did say she's still human, so yeah. Maybe it's just what we've been talking about. Maybe she absorbs or even eats gold to replenish her stitches. Yeah, that would totally work. Koryan says, I've heard most of the comments, but I'm on mobile. Fair. If you want to, like, answer later on, you can always tag me in either the stream chat or the video discussion chat. Some that said pinged Decoy, and he's like, awesome, I've traveled to a remote island at the other side of the country, but I should be able to get internet. What a mysterious, magical response. Appreciate all the feedback, and this idea is still pretty new. Fair. Well, I think it's a cool idea, and I would love to see it continue to be explored. I would love to see what happens when he does figure it out. Oh yeah, and real quick, that was something else I was going to say, is that I think that the story works very well. It feels very self-contained. You don't try to do too much with it. But at the same time, I do feel like it might be a punchier ending to have the ending be like her deciding she's going to tell him. because it would feel like the story has motion and is going somewhere, as opposed to kind of starting in one place and staying in the same place, if that makes sense. It's not bad. It doesn't, I wouldn't go so far as to say it falls flat, but I do think that might make things a little more punchy, feel a little more like they have an arc, if that makes sense. But anywho, great story, Koryan. Very much enjoyed it. Let us go on to, I believe, yes, Death's Head's story. Alrighty. Seabound Discoveries by Death's Head 419. Soft moonlight filtered through the waters around Ephron as he glided over the sandy seabed, his deep violet scales glistening in the beams. He poked a cluster of red-veined anemones, unknown to surface dwellers. Stacks of upside-down jellyfish rose from the holdfast, each section chugging in tune with the others as hair-thin feelers wafted in the current. Ephron took up a stone tablet and scratched at the surface with an obsidian stylus, feeling a physical ache, imagining he could still use paper and graphite and ink. What do you find so fascinating about those things? Salacia said from her perch, the blue-scaled mermaid lounging on a boulder, with eyes half-lidded in boredom. I shall have you know that these specimens are unknown in any human textbook. And they'll stay that way. You're a merman now. I may find some way to publish my findings. I doubt leaving those stone tablets on a beach to be found would work, Salacia murmured, and you're likely to end up a specimen yourself if you approach one of your former kind. There must be a way, Ephron pleaded, his hands falling to the side as he gazed at his find. I cannot accept that all I've learned down here is to be locked in the sea, never to be known in academia. He felt a presence in the water behind him, Salacia embracing him as her body pressed softly against his back. Sorry, I shouldn't have been so dismissive. It's all right. I'm boring you with things you've seen 1,000 times. It's not all right. Salacia turned his head to look deep into his eyes. You and I are going to get your notes to the surface dwellers. They'll be shocked to see me still working after vanishing at sea. Let them be surprised by the greatest explorer of the deep. Salacia kissed him, her eyes twinkling. Ephron laughed, turning around to hug her properly. His melancholy had gone, despite not having the slightest notion of how to get his notes to the university, or who would believe if he did. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. And I forgot to put on my timer. More merfolk! We're being flooded with them. Instead of water, it's just a torrent of mermaids.
I heard little meow from this kitty.
It's so cute. Alrighty-roo. Well, you know I love more merfolk. I thought this story was great too. Let's just get into it. So I really like this first paragraph. It is one of my favorite setting descriptions that I've seen from you. It feels very magical, or, well, I mean, hold that thought, but it feels very, like, beautiful and fantastic, like, I keep using the wrong words for this, because I do have a critique for that has to do with magical and fantasy. But it just feels very, I guess, like, dreamlike and beautiful and really, really cool. And so you can totally get what Ephron is feeling. And so how he himself is like, how he himself is like, this is really cool. I want to tell people about that. And so I really love that. But going to the critique I was talking about, I feel like there are 3 options for what your intention was here. So option 1 was that you don't necessarily need the reader to feel like this is something they've never seen. It just is, in the story, it's something that the surface dwellers haven't seen. And it could be in modern day, but it just is something that in this world people haven't seen. Option 2 is you did want it to feel very fantastical to the reader and to feel like it's something that we've never seen. Or 3 is that this story is set in the past. That the story is set in the past when these things weren't discovered yet. And so even though they are real things that we in modern day might have heard of, people in the past might not have heard of them. And so depending on which one you intended, namely if you intended that second one, I feel like it would be beneficial to go more fantastical with this description. Because when I read Red Van Anemones, I was like, yep, I'm sure I have seen red anemones before. All right. Unknown to surface dwellers. Okay. I think I'm a surface dweller, and I feel like I've heard of that, but all right. And upside down jellyfish do sound more fantastical, but they are real. they are real. It's funny because I watched this channel called Brave Wilderness, and he recently posted a video about upside down jellyfish. That channel is like all about him taking stings from animals and stuff like that, and it's kind of called Brave Wilderness because, you know, in addition to having to be, oops, it's an ad. I'll let the kitty out.
Ah, hi kitty. And what about this kitty? Let me show you this kitty. Oh, you're precious. Just a bundle of fluff. So special. You're so special.
All right, says the ad break is over. Okay. But oh yeah, so I was talking about Brave Wilderness. So in Brave Wilderness, it's kind of like he's showing like what happens, you know, if you encounter these animals and get stung by them or bitten by them, so that, you know, you are more informed about nature and stuff like that. And so recently he posted a video where he had a tank of these upside down jellyfish and he put his feet in it and let himself get stung by them. I think it's like something like Coyote's shocking revelation or something like that, and the thumbnail has like a purple jellyfish thing in it, which is weird because it's kind of clickbaity, and he doesn't usually do clickbait like that. You don't need to do clickbait on a video where you're sticking your feet in a tent, in a tank of upside down jellyfish. But anyways, so yeah, those are real. Those are a thing, and I recently saw them in a video I watched. So this is not something I thought about on my first read. It is not that big a deal, but it is something that could potentially, if your point was to make the reader feel like, oh wow, like I've never heard of this, then I do feel like you had to go a bit harder on that. And granted, that's very difficult to do with the sea, because there's like alien stuff down in the sea. And so maybe if you had tried to go more fantastical, maybe somebody would have been like, oh yeah, I heard of that. I've heard of that down in the deep dark depths. I guess something you could do to make it really like feel more fantastical is like if it was like a jellyfish village or something like that. The jellyfish are like the fairies of the deep, and they make villages and stuff like that. That would feel very fantastical. But it also would be like make more sense as to Salacia would be like, no, people aren't supposed to know about the jellyfish villages. Don't tell them, you know, kind of thing. Now I'm thinking of something you could do for jellyfish in a bag. But anyways. Moving on. So continuing on in that paragraph. So I, writing Savion, you should know that, I love, you know, a character. I love the idea of like transformation and stuff like that. I love vampire and mermaid stories largely for that reason, or at least partially for that reason. And so having a character be angsty about their former life is just, That stuff I love. And so, you know, this line of feeling a physical ache, imagining he could still use paper and graphite and ink I love that. that kind of thing that kind of angst is my jam. And then I really like that we get to very clearly see two perspectives here. I think that fits this prompt very well because, like I was saying in the prompt intro, that this prompt is all about perspective. And so getting to see these two people who have very different perspectives on the same thing is really cool. And so, like, he's like, this is amazing. This is magical. I've never, seen this before. And then Salatia's like, this is a Tuesday. Like, this is normal. We use those as decoration. Then I think that's really cool and feels very natural for this world, especially, adding her like physical actions to it as well. And then, oh yeah, it was kind of interesting because the first time I read it, when I read this, I was thinking that he was going, I've never heard of these. I think they're cool. I want to take notes on them. And I think it's neat that you took it another level beyond that to not only have I never heard of them and I think they're cool and want to take notes, I want to tell other humans about them. I think that's neat. I think we'll come back to that one. I really like their conversation. I think it works very well. I like what a hard line she draws at first, that she's like, no, you can't tell anybody. Like, you are a mermaid now. You have a new life. Stop holding on to your old life. And he's like, no, like, I might find a way to publish my findings. And she's like kind of thinking about what he could do, but she's also like pushing back still, and she's really looking out for him, and she's being like, hey, I don't want you to end up a specimen, And I do think it's really interesting how these characters like vampires and mermaids who were once human so easily can become specimens for humanity. I don't know, I just find that an interesting thought, that it's like, I used to be you, and now I'm in a cage, kind of thing. But I think I like her response there. Like I said, you can tell that she cares about him, that she's just looking out for him and make sure he's safe. And then I like how it drops to this more emotional beat where I kind of imagine him still like looking at his notes and scribbling, profusely. And then once she says that, then his hands drop to his side and he looks at her and he's like, there must be a way. I think that's very cool. And I like how she kind of takes a pause and thinks about what she's been saying after she sees just how passionate he is about this. And I do really like how she changes her tune. It feels very healthy and very real. Like, even though this is a story about fantastical mermaids and stuff, this story feels so real and so human in an ironic way. And I love that you went there, that instead of it just being like them continuing to butt heads and her being like, no, you're a mermaid and you're a merman, and never backing down, and she's like, oh wait, this person I care about is really passionate about this thing, and so I care about him and I don't want him to die, trying to get his notes to people, but I can see that this is an issue for him, and let's take a step back and let's actually try to help him. I think that's really neat. And I also love the body language, the action that is done after that as well. I think that works very well. I can really imagine that. And then going back to the perspective thing, that he recognizes this is normal to her. So I really don't have a lot to critique about the story. The only thing that kind of stuck out to me the first time I read it, and really it's not that big a deal, is the fact that she seems to go from, no, hard cut off, you're a merman now, don't do it, to you and I are going to get those notes to the surface dwellers. And so she basically goes from a hard no to a hard yes. And I feel like a hard no to a soft yes would sound a little bit more natural, because it's kind of like a boyfriend being like, I'm going to go to Mount Everest. And then the girlfriend is like, the hell you are? No, you're not going to Mount Everest. And then he starts to talk about it, and suddenly she can see how passionate he is and that this isn't just some silly dream. This is actually something he cares about. And she goes, oh, like, okay. Like, I feel like it would make more sense for the girlfriend to be like, okay, I'll try and help you out, or I'll try and do some research with you and we can figure this out together, as opposed to going from, no, you are not going to Everest, to, you are going to Everest and we're going to Everest together, you know? And so I think here, if it was more of a, you know, it's not all right, I'll help you figure out how to get your notes to the surface dwellers. You know, I think that would sound a little more natural than you and I are going to get your notes to the surface dwellers, if that makes sense. And then I think it's really cute, this image, like, I don't know if it was said in other stories, but this idea of, like, he was part of, like, this research team from this, like, academy or something, and then the image of him, like, as a mermaid coming up to his colleagues and then being like, bro, you're still working? You're still working down there? Man, if I was a mermaid, I'd just swim all day. I think that's super cute. Her response is really cute too. Again, feels very much just like a realistic boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Very, very adorable. So there's another thing, which is that this isn't, again, not that big a deal, doesn't bother me that much, but it is a question, which is, I'm still kind of left wondering why it would be so difficult to get his notes to people. I'm kind of wondering, why would leaving them on the beach not work? Because if somebody, like, walked along the beach and they found tablets that contained, like, cool research, everybody would be talking about that. They'd be like, dude, I found this thing! It's so cool! You know, and granted, they might want to keep it for themselves, but they probably would at least, like, tell their family, and it might, after, like, it might snowball from there and get to, you know, the academy, get to people doing actual research about the ocean. Because, like, you see, like, you know, news stories about that sort of thing, like, ancient tablet found here and da-da-da. And so it could be, like, ancient tablet found on the beach kind of thing. And nobody knows that it was Afron 2 weeks ago, you know, that kind of thing. And, like, he could go up to the old man at the dock and be like, hey, psst, why don't you give this to the academy? And then he dips back down, and this old man would go running down the dock and be like, a mermaid gave me research, you know? And even if people were like, this man is crazy, it would get into the news. Like, it would get to people. And so maybe an academic would see that and be like, you know, I'm still gonna look into that. I'm still going to look into the research that the old man talked about, just to be sure. And so yeah, like, her argument of, like, hey, I don't want you to die, boyfriend, then that helps a lot of us being like, okay, yeah, like, maybe you shouldn't do this, because I can totally see humans being humans about this and putting you in a tank or trying to kill you. And so that argument is a very good argument, but at the same time, there is this question of, it does feel like he could feasibly get his research to people without getting killed or put in a tank. You know what I mean? So that's why I have this note of it's forbidden here, is because that could be another way to go with this that might offer less questions. Because if it was just like, no, it's forbidden by mermaid society to contact human society, that it's like, you know, you could do it feasibly, but you're not allowed to, then that could potentially make more sense. But, you know, it might be a little more cliche because it's a little more like, you know, the Little Mermaid sort of thing. And it would probably make Cilicia not back down as easily if, like, in her world, this is completely forbidden. But it's a potential option to fix, you know, the issue of, I'm kind of wondering, why is this so unfeasible to get his research to people? Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, as I'm thinking about it, like, you could even go up to somebody on the beach and try to make friends with them and have them write it down on ink and paper. And granted, they might take credit for your work, but it would get to people, presumably. But anyways. Oh yeah, so the other thing, like, overall that I really like about this story, is that the curse, also, even though the curse is basically, you're a mermaid and you're stuck in the sea, especially his reaction to it feels so human and relatable. Like, it's not just, oh, you're a mermaid, now you're stuck in the sea. It's, I'm still longing for connection to my old life. I'm still longing to share my knowledge with other people. I'm still longing to do what I did before, just do it down here, and I don't know how to do that. And I think we can relate to this idea of something that we used to do that we're not able to do anymore, or something that, you know, is blocked off to us, or a connection that we want that we feel is lost. Like, all these things feel super relatable, and so it makes the curse feel so so impactful, that it's not just like, oh, you know, cool fantasy curse or weird fantasy curse or anything like that. It's like, this is a curse that, in a way, we all experience, that we all long for connection like that, and I think that's very cool. There was the timer. Norman, no one will ever believe this happened. The old man, probably, yeah. Hey kids, want to buy some deep sea lore? That's great. Hello, Hellenic Taoist, the ram has arrived. I'm curious what you mean by that. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Norman says, love the frustration of such a simple thing, such as transcribing things now being such a challenge and frustration for him. Yeah, that's a great point as well, that the curse can even refer to that small aspect of it, that it's difficult to write things down because he doesn't have paper. I think that's cool too, yeah. Norman says, didn't think of that reading this piece, but yeah, you totally could have invented some undocumented creature and had Ephron be all like, the world needs to know about this weird thing I found, for sure. Lord knows there's a lot of aquatic creatures we haven't actually documented yet. Yes, for sure, for sure. There are pictures of poor upside down jellyfish being annoyed by random dudes' feet invading their home. I mean, yeah. he doesn't do it in their home. He has them in a tank, but maybe that makes it worse. You'd have to watch the video. Yeah, I already talked about that, but that's still funny. Want to buy some deep sea lore? Oh, amazing. Oh, gotcha. Rams are like my totem animal. I keep forgetting not everyone knows about my obsession. Nice. That's neat. I am glad you are here. It is now time for your story. I would have moved you to last if you weren't here yet, but I'm glad that you are here. But thank you so much for submitting Death Set. Oh, and real quick, if you're wondering which mermaid set this is the watermill mermaids, not the burger joint mermaids. Or both of them would be, well, not the burger joint boy. not the burger joint. Oh. That said, okay, a couple of replies. The precise anemone he's found has never been described, and that excites him. The worry is that if he goes into a high-traffic beach, he'll be the one taken for study, while if he leaves it on some random beach, they'll lay forgotten. And Ephron is psyched about being a merman. It's the limitations that are dragging him down. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I do feel like, I guess for the anemone, and you probably didn't have the words, but if that was the intent, maybe making that a little bit clearer, that, like, oh yeah, like, people know about, like, anemones, and people might have seen red ones, but this one, nobody's seen it before. And it kind of adds some character to Ephron, that he is, like, he likes these specific things. He cares about the specificity. He doesn't just care about this big creature or something never seen before. He cares this species wasn't seen before. Like, that's truly the mind of a researcher, for sure. And yeah, that does make sense that, like, okay, if he goes somewhere high traffic, they're going to be found, but then he's going to get taken. If they go somewhere low traffic, he's not going to get taken, but they're going to be forgotten. I still feel like there could be like a middle ground where, okay, nobody's at the beach right now, let's go. And then they know that somebody will come later. Or like I said, maybe the old man's the only person at the dock at night and they go up to him and give it to him. Like, I think they could find a workaround. But that is a fair thought for them to have, definitely. And yeah, I can definitely see, like, he's not mad about being a merman. I definitely could see that. It's more just that there are limitations to being a merman, and so there are curse-like elements, even though it itself isn't, like, this horrible thing in his mind. Yeah, Burger Joint Boy is different. Avron and Salacia are contemporaries of Califrac. Well, that story was in modern times. Ooh, that's neat. I would love to see, unless you've done it and I haven't seen it, but I'd love to see them meeting Califrac. Yeah, that's why it's fit with, some might call it a curse, since it's something in between. Yeah, absolutely. I think that fits super well. I mean, I think it works in many different ways, because even if it was, like, he viewed it as a curse, then she doesn't, and so it would still fit. But I think it fits even better knowing, like, oh, like, some might call it a curse overall, but Avron doesn't necessarily think it's a curse overall, just maybe some aspects of it are curse-like. I did sort of, it was one of the stories for tragedy bringing out the best in us. Gotcha. I'll have to go check that out. But yes, thank you so much for submitting, Deathshead. This was lovely. Let's go on to Hellenic. If you have any questions, Hellenic. Oh yeah, and Deathshead, if you had any questions that I didn't answer, feel free to ask them. And then Hellenic as well. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. I don't think... There was a note that I did see, but it was more of a reply. But if you have true notes, let me know. Anyways... Unholy Ghost, Confessions of an Office Spellcaster by Hellenic Taoist. Stomach and lips still quivering, I stopped white-knuckling the toilet seat, long enough to pull the handle, then dragged myself over to the sink. Most of the nausea subsided by the time it washed my face. While toweling dry, I became aware of a buzzing nearby. I groped my phone without looking, and accidentally touched the receive call button without looking at the ID. Chorus Bell, Warlock Extraordinaire, I recited humorlessly. Hi, Corey. Morning, Mom. I thought I should call and check how you're doing. I locked eyes with my reflection. Glowing. I had spoken sarcastically, but it was perfectly true. The thorny, vaguely ovarian tattoo around my navel pulsated with red light, like as though heartbeat. She laughed. Like a mom who always thinks her child's jokes are a little funnier than they really are. I guess that's no big surprise. Guess not. So, any clue who the father might be? My jaw tightened. Everyone kept asking that question, and I did a bad job keeping my bitterness in check. Yeah, the unholy ghost. A Catholic to her core, Mom's tone sharpened. That's not funny, Chorus. You're right, it's not! About 4 seconds into the jagged silence, I realized how venomous my tone had come out. Blush spread up from my bare shoulders. Sorry, Mom, It's okay, she insisted, now mellow and reassuring. This can't be easy to process. It's no wonder you're on edge. I won't ask about it again. Okay. I didn't know what else to say. Corey, how do you feel about all this, in general? As I hesitated, she added, are you anxious, scared, or excited? What's been on your mind? A lump caught in my throat. So far, everyone had treated my unexplained wound mark like some malignant tumor. She was the first person to treat it like... Honestly? My voice quavered. I'm so excited I can hardly breathe. Then so am I, honey. It was too much. I slid down to the floor, my back against the sink, and cried. throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Starting their timer. So, I'll quick say, I did really like this story, but I'm actually going to start with a critique for it because there is something about this story that only got clarified in the notes that I need to talk about before I talk about anything else. And so I'm going to go grab that note. So it was just in response to a review that Hellenic said, oh, Chorus is a boy. Sorry, should have probably made that clearer reference to his gender in text. So pretty much that's it. But so I guess that would be my first question for the chat. That did any of you think that Chorus was a boy or not? Did my reading help? Did my reading of his voice help with that or not? But anywho, so that is very important, and that would be my first critique for the story, is that is deeply important to the story, and I don't feel like it's clear. I had the same reaction as your reviewer did. I also was like, okay, like this Chorus seemed like a boy name to me, and so I was like, okay, like this is a guy. And then it was like, oh, this is someone who's pregnant. I was like, okay, this is a girl then. And so I think making that clear inside of the story is abundantly important. And you do... Oh, is that a kitty?
It is a kitty. Hello. Hello, kitty.
You do have the word warlock, which can be a gendered word. But the issue with that is that it's not always, like in D&D you can have a female warlock, and so it's a clue, but it's not a strong enough clue. And I do think that there are other ways that you could have conveyed it, and I will, I think I'll talk about that as I talk about the story overall. But this is our first Mpreg story, I believe, in the archive/foundry. So momentous day today. All right, let's just get started. I think the beginning works quite well, and I didn't immediately think pregnancy, but now that I know what was going on, I think that's a great way to begin, a great clue as to what the story is going to be about going on. So I realized something. So multiple people that I talked to about this story were wondering about like the phone situation. That it seemed odd that he didn't know who it was, but he answers it. That he's like, hey, Chorus Bell, warlock extraordinaire. And so it was kind of this question of, well, if he didn't know who was calling, why did he suddenly answer it? Why didn't he just hit hang up? But I realized as I was reading it this time that I think it didn't bother me at first. And I was like, why did that not stick out to me? And I think it's because he hears the buzzing and he's like, oh, I should go answer that. That's probably a customer. And so then he answers it, but he didn't know who it was. And so he did intend to answer it. He just doesn't know who it's going to be. Am I correct in that? And I'm curious if other people were confused by that. Were like, oh, why did he answer that? If he didn't know who it was, or if you were thinking along the same lines as me, that like, oh, he was intending to answer it, he just doesn't know who it is. And also along those lines, I do feel like his mom, it would be like, I don't know, feel a little more natural if his mom was like, why are you giving me your speech? Why are you giving me your customer speech? I think that would be like something a mom would do, kind of thing. But I do quite like this, and I think this is a neat way to convey information to your reader. That, you know, he doesn't know who it was, so he doesn't know how to answer. And so if you wrote it as he knows it's mom, yeah, he's not going to make his spiel. But because you wrote it that he doesn't know who it is, you can give the reader this information in this very natural way. natural with that caveat of people I talk to being a little confused, but like it doesn't feel like you're giving exposition of like, FYI, Chorus is in fact a warlock extraordinaire, you know. It gives us that very naturally, that it feels like it makes sense as to something that he would say to a customer, and it tells us a little bit about him, which I think is cool. Overall, I really like the vibes of just this conversation with his mom. It feels, again, like very, very human, very relatable, and I love that, like, his mom does have questions, but she's not, like, horrified or cutting him off or anything like that. She still cares about him, and she's wondering how he's feeling about it. I think it's so sweet, and I really love this relationship and this conversation. I think that is great. I love the glowing. I hope I voiced it okay. I think in some of my practices I've done it better, but I can just totally imagine him staring down his reflection and being like, glowing, you know, and that's the trope, the cliche, that's the thing. I think that's very cool. And then it's kind of neat that it's like the tattoo is actually glowing as well. We'll come back to the tattoo, but I like that line. Absolutely love this line as well. This totally like feels like exactly what moms are like, and I just love that little caveat, or maybe not caveat, but that little explanation of like, yeah, she's laughing, but it was not that funny, and she thinks it's funny because I'm her son. Really, really cute, very, very true. Love that. So right here, so this is actually a potential place where you could have given us a clue that Chorus is a boy. Because if you said any clue who the mother might be, we would have been like, wait a second, what? And might have more naturally thought, okay, something wacky's going on here. This might be a guy. And granted, that might not be what you want. You might want it to be that genuinely there are two fathers, and that's totally fine. That totally works. But I think this was the line where immediately I was like, okay, I thought that this was a guy the whole time, and now I'm switching. This is a girl. And if you had said mother, I don't think I would have done that, or at least I would have questioned that. At the very least, I would have known something wacky and magical was going on, even if I didn't quite realize that Chorus was a boy. And I guess, like, you could have it be, like, maybe the mom is like, any clue who the mother might be? And then he's like, how do you know it's not the father? You know, like, maybe that would mess up the cadence of this response, but you could do that as well. And I do like that he's like, everyone kept asking that question. Totally makes sense. Everybody would be asking that and being like, how'd this happen? Who's the father? You know, or like I said, or who's the mother? Kind of thing. And it totally makes sense that he would get frustrated and, you know, make a quip that she might not be happy about, because, yeah, everybody's been asking about it, but he can't be mean. You know, he can't be pushed back in public, but he can, you know, maybe push back a bit against someone who he's close with. And so I think that's cool. I think that works very well. And I like that the response very much shows, you know, so that there is, granted, it didn't, like I said, when I thought that this was a girl, like, I didn't quite register what was going on, but now that I do know what's going on, that is kind of a neat, nod to, like, this is a reversal, you know, of what we would expect, kind of thing. It's not the Holy Ghost, it's the Unholy Ghost, you know, kind of thing. I do think, though, that a potential critique for this line is that we don't know enough about this world to know if he's saying this genuine or if it's just a joke. I'm getting the impression that it is a joke, that it is him trying to, like I said, that he knows it's gonna upset her a little bit, and so he's kind of, it's kind of like a revenge thing that she upset him with this question, and so he's gonna upset her a little bit with his response. But it's like a fitting response too. But like I said, at the same time, I don't know enough about this to know if maybe it actually is like a deity of some kind who did this. Like, I have no clue, and I don't know if he has a clue. And so I don't know how deep you need to go into that for the reader or for this particular story. But it is definitely something that that came up that in like I said, as I was discussing the story with some other folks, that pretty much everybody I was talking to was like, is that real or is that not real? And so could be something that could be helpful to clarify. Like, you could have something that he's like, everybody kept asking that question, and the truth was I didn't know. Or it could be, everyone kept asking that question. I did a bad job of keeping my bitterness in check. Yeah, the unholy ghost. The truth is I had no idea. That kind of thing. I think that could work. And then I do really love this, and we'll come back to that because there's a critique to it, but that is so fun to read. I love reading emotional lines, and this is a great like interaction here of, he's like, yeah, it's not. It kind of goes along with what I was saying about this question is annoying him, and so, he's gonna annoy her with his response, and she's like, that's not funny. And he's like, exactly. Everybody's treating this like a joke. It's not a joke. And I like that. I like that a lot. And then jagged is a great word for silence. I love that. This sentence overall is great. I like that a lot. And then I like the conversation. There's a little bit of a question there of like, she is his mom, and so out of everybody who is asking that question, like, yeah, strangers, really shouldn't be bothering him with that. It's fair that they'd be thinking that, but it also is like, I don't know, not great, not a great thing to do, but it makes more sense that that his mom would be like, hey, like, I'm not asking this to annoy you, I genuinely am curious because I don't really know what's going on here, kind of thing. And so there's a little bit of a question of, like, if it's too strong of a statement for her to say, I won't ask this again. But at the same time, that being said, it is a really sweet thing. It is a really sweet response that instead of going like, like, oh, like, sorry, whatever, I'll ask again in 20 minutes, kind of thing, to go like, I see I crossed a line. I see that, maybe she even recognizes, oh yeah, like, everybody's probably asking that. And then she goes, I'm not going to bother you with that question again. I think that is very sweet. Also, come to think of it, coming back to the whole, like, I really like their relationship thing, it's especially cool because she's a devout Catholic and he's a warlock. And I feel like those things don't really go together. And so I think it's especially sweet that and granted, maybe his mom doesn't know, but his mom being like, I accept you, I love you, I'm not, yeah, actually, come to think of it, like, the whole situation, like, especially for a devout Catholic mother, I could definitely see others in her position, like, kicking him out or cutting ties with him or being like, this is terrible, no. But her, like, continuing to stay beside him, continuing to support him, even to the extent where she's like, I'm not going to ask you again. I'm not going to bother you with that, is so sweet. that is, like, especially really nice coming from someone with that background. So that makes the story even sweeter. And then totally feels like a question a mom would ask here. But it's also this cool thing, which is that she's not going like, I feel some type of way about this situation and I'm gonna make it your problem. Because I feel like that happens a lot with these kinds of situations. But instead she's going, how do you feel about this? Because how you feel about this is what matters in this situation. And that is what I'm going to gauge my reaction based off of, is that is how you feel about this. And I think that's so sweet of her, and something a lot of us should try and do more often, is to ask how the other person is feeling rather than just go in guns blazing and tell them how we feel. So I think that's cool. And then I like, his response. I don't know exactly what the end of the sentence was here, but I like this compare contrast of everybody else treats it like a curse. Everybody else treats it like this malignant tumor, this horrifying thing. They're all asking me who the father is. But my mom is being nice. My mom genuinely wants to know how I'm feeling. My mom is genuinely thinking this might be a good thing. I think that's very sweet, very, very cool. I do think one of my
hi, kitty.
One of my overall critiques for this piece is that womb mark and womb are not the same thing. And so the whole story seems to point to he is actually pregnant. It isn't just a tattoo he got that has to do with this sort of thing. And granted, I don't know for sure, but when I got to the words womb mark, it really wasn't what I was expecting, because I was expecting, that, when I thought this was a girl, I was just like, I guess that's the, whatever, the magical thing knocked her up, left that, on her. But it seems to be like this mark actually gave him a womb. And I feel like being a little bit more clear about that would be beneficial to the story. Like, yeah, like this changed his biology. This changed what's inside of him. It's not just a weird tattoo. You know what I mean? And you could literally use that phrasing. You could say, so far, everyone treated my unexplained womb like some malignant tumor. If you had the words, you could also try and do both. You could say, this mark, and then clarify, he actually has one. But you did say, like, vaguely ovarian tattoo. And I guess if you went that way, you could say, it's perfectly true. My womb mark around my navel pulsated with red light. We'd be like, okay. And then when you say, everybody treated my unexplained womb like some malignant tumor, we know, oh, okay, yeah, you talked about the womb mark earlier, and so I guess those two things are connected. I guess that actually changed his organs. I think that would make things a little clearer, because, once I knew what was going on, and when I, got to that line in rereads, I was like, like, womb mark, just a mark? Or, like, was I correct to think this is actually going on? You know what I mean? And, like, tumor is, again, like, treating a womb, an organ that's not supposed to be there, like a tumor makes a little more sense than treating a tattoo like a tumor. Yeah, you know what I mean? Especially, and I also think that calling it a tattoo earlier also might not have helped. Too, and so I do think that would also benefit from calling it a mark earlier, instead of a tattoo, because I very much brushed over this when I first read it. Oh, there's the timer. I very much brushed over this when I first read it. I was just like, yeah, it's okay, you got a weird tattoo, all right, moving on. Not, this is the thing. This is what's making this happen. And I do think if you'd used the words womb mark up above, I might have been a more like, okay, this is the thing. And then you could clarify later, yeah, something really has changed inside of him. I'm gonna keep going a bit. But I really like this line a lot. And I love that use of the prompt, that, like, everybody seems to be treating this as something bad. But he's like, and it goes along with, this too, that everybody's treating it like something bad, but he doesn't think that. And his mom is the first person who's actually open to the fact that maybe he doesn't think that, and she's not just casting judgment on it.
Kitty boo. Do you wanna sit on the desk with me, baby?
Yeah, so I really like this kind of twist at the end, that we're kind of wondering how is how is he feeling? What's going on here? Like, does he also think this is a bad thing? Especially because he does have his little outburst and stuff like that. And so learning, like, not only is he excited, he's really, really excited is such a cool thing. It's such a cool way to go. Yeah, some might call this cursed, but I don't. And I think that's really neat. You might hear the cat rubbing on the microphone. And then, like I said, she's gauging her reactions based on his, which is sweet, and stuff like that. I do want to also talk about, though, the emotions in this piece, because we have, it's mostly neutral, at the beginning. Like, he does feel nauseous, but nauseated, I mean, but,
oh, kitty. Good boy. Good kitty. So good.
But it doesn't really say, like, I hate myself, I hate everything. It's just like, yeah, I finished throwing up. It's very neutral. And so this is, and then he does get that bitterness in his voice. And then we have him, he blows up here. So there's that anger, that bitterness, that venom. And then it goes from the anger, the bitterness, the venom to, I'm really excited. Like, I'm not just excited, I'm so excited I can hardly breathe. And then it goes from there to him crying. And all of these are valid emotions to feel in this situation. And you might have been going for, like, a mood swing sort of thing, but it's not really clear, and it does feel like the emotions are all very high and all in very quick succession. And so it feels like if there was more of a transition or explanation between the emotions, that it would help me personally a little bit more. Or, having only sticking to one or two, I think could help as well. I actually think that, for me personally, I would have liked this to be the very last line. I think that would be such a punchy way to end the story. It just, like, I'm so excited I can hardly breathe, especially because it has, like, the rest of the story we're talking about, like, hey, like, here's the reasons that people think this is weird and they think it might be a curse, and we end with, but I don't think it's a curse. Like, that's a great place to end. And it wouldn't, leave me wondering, okay, what is he actually feeling? What's going on here with his emotions? And I think that would work a little bit better for me to just go from the anger to the excited thing, because, like I said, it's valid for him to be annoyed that everybody's asking these questions, and his emotions ramp up because he feels like, oh, are you interrogating me too? Kind of thing. And then when he realizes, oh, actually she's not. She is not interrogating me. She's asking me how I feel. And then that could make sense that it's like, okay, like, to go between those two. And, like, I guess it might just quite simply be a situation of, like, he is overwhelmed with emotion, and maybe that's the point. Like, maybe it's, he felt like he was getting interrogated and attacked just like he is from everybody else. And then, he talks about how excited he is, and then the crying is kind of the combo of those two, is that he's overwhelmed with emotion after that, or perhaps he's just overwhelmed with how kind she's being when nobody else is, which is very cool. But yeah, so yeah, like, I think if you did want this to be kind of a mood swings thing, I don't know exactly how you could make that clear, but it would be helpful, to convey that. If you didn't, it would be helpful to either have a bit less of strong switches, or have it be explained a little bit more why those strong switches are happening. And of course, like, anybody in the chat can say, like, if you're like, no, that totally worked for me, or if you're like, yeah, that didn't work for me, do let us know. But that was a bit of a question for me. Let's see what folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheers, Mako and Norman. Let's go. I don't know if I got Ghoulish's cheer up above, but thank you for that cheer. And I don't know if I got your cheer, Magistrate, but if I didn't, thank you for the cheer. Arith says, I thought Corey was a female when I read. Needed clarification, which was, as you noted, given in the notes. Yes, so that's definitely very important. It's just something to remember in general. And like this is kind of the conversation that I often bring up of too much context and too little context, right? That when you're writing something part of a larger universe, you got to make sure to walk the line of not giving too much context, but not giving too little. And in this case, the point of the story is this is a guy who's pregnant. And that isn't quite clear in the story. And so that is very important to not just have it in the notes. Hellenic says, in my first draft, there was an inner monologue comment about, I'm a boy, why do I have to deal with morning sickness? Yes, that would be perfect. That would work very well. Like, you could, let's see, like, you could change some of the description here, and, yeah, you could just have it be, stomach and lips still quivering. I dragged myself over to the sink. Most of the nausea subsided by the time I washed my face. I'm a boy. Why do I have to deal with morning sickness? Or I'm a man. Why do I have to deal with morning sickness? I think that would work perfectly. Yes, correct analysis. I assume you're talking about the call. Gotcha. Plus, he was in a mood, and so he's giving his introduction somewhat tongue-in-cheek. He's a freshly accredited warlock now stuck in a 9-to-5 office job. Oh, dang. That's sad. So I was totally thinking this is his job. So he wants to be, a warlock is his job, but he gets stuck in an office job. That sucks. Is he the office spellcaster then? I don't know if we haven't been introduced to him before or not. Hellenic says, well, that's fair. My brain was just like, Chorus is with child, ergo Chorus is mommy. Gotcha. Interesting. Hellenic says, oh yeah, it's a recent future urban fantasy after magic and mythical creatures have suddenly flooded back into the world. A lot of people had to get very cool with a lot of things very fast. That's very fair. No, Corey, am I pregnant? Are these systems of being pregnant? Pregnant? Yes, exactly. That's awesome. Norman, I curse you with pregnancy. Joke's on you, I'm into that shit. That's awesome. Well, excuse an expecting mother the occasional hormonal tantrum. I'll see myself out. That's fair. Hellenic. Yeah, he's the titular office spellcaster and part-time incubus caterer. Is he the guy from the incubus and succubus story as well, that he didn't quite metamorphosize right? That's really interesting if that is the case. Yes, then we have the how is Prangant formed, the video. Thank you, Deathhead. Getting down to the last of my bits. Thank you so much for giving those over. That I jump scare myself every time that happens. Still the funniest video on the internet. It is pretty good. Let's do. So Wolf says, Impreg, IMPREG. Homophones are weird, man. Wait, no, I take it back. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. And then he says, Wolf and going down long and potentially disturbing rabbit holes. Name a more iconic duo. Amazing. I hear womb tattoo and I hate where my brain is going. And then the video, yep. Testicular torsion, podcast, male pregnancy. Exactly. Fair. Yeah, it does. It says, also, you could probably talk about the next story for an hour and still be on track for an early midstream question. That is pretty crazy. I'm really glad that I did 5 stories then, because yeah, like, we are super early. We have already done 4, and usually we are an hour later than this, if not 2 hours later than this. So I'm super glad that I did 5. Thank you for the cheer, Norman. But yeah, and I will warn that there's some weirdness going on with my story, which might make me go a little bit over time. So I'm glad that I potentially have the chance, but I'm hoping I don't like to like go too much into my own story, so I'm hoping I don't go too much into it. But just FYI, I might go a little over. But oh yeah, and it said just 300 more to the next encore. Nice. Wait, the next encore? I didn't hear that the first encore was unlocked. So it was indeed the first. Can this Luigi board get a man pregnant? Yes, exactly. Amazing. I don't think you answered if he was the incubus, but anyways, so yeah, I really enjoyed this story. Actually, I thought it was a lot of fun, and I'm super curious where Corey's journey is going to go. And I like that you took like this like fan fiction trope that can sometimes be like looked down upon and stuff, and like made it an actual thing in your genuine fantasy novel. I think that's really cool. Yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna read that one because I don't want to go there either, but indeed. But this was, oh yes, so he is, oh wait, so Hellenic says, no, Chorus is a human. He just caters for the incubi in his office, but yes, that incubus is one of them. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, now I'm wondering if that incubus is the father. Yeah, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Exactly. But yes. So this is fun. Very interesting to see. Very interested to see this continued. Thank you so much for submitting. It's Hellenic. Alrighty, now we can go on to my story. Now Chorus is going to give the strangest case of virgin asterisk birth. Interesting. So it indeed feels like an unholy ghost situation. Very curious. Oh, really? There was a movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger was pregnant 9 months, I think. I've never heard of that. Ghoulish says Junior. I assume that's you went and looked it up. Very interesting. Oh gosh. I hope not. Alright. A Snake in the Garden. The Ballad of the Monsters. Savion. I prefer the term antihero. Refuge didn't feel like home the way it used to, now that the animals knew everything. Savion, the Wolf King, had made this sanctuary. A place where no human could enter. We could be safe. We could be left alone. I hated humanity more than anyone. I needed it more than anyone. Now, a human had invaded the place. It would never be the same. I lied. Told them I was an ordinary wolf, cursed against his will, because I couldn't stomach them knowing that I was Savion, a human, transformed because I chose it. When they learned, some had been furious, some hadn't understood, some forgave me. Now, I didn't know how to interact with them. I hesitated to enter. Craig, the snake, slithered out of the barrier.
Savion, what's wrong?
I scoffed. Where to start?
Is this about your curse?
I sighed. Did he think nothing had changed? It's not a curse. You turned into something you don't want to be. It makes you sad. What's the difference? Curses don't change everything, and curses can be broken. A pause. Remember when you helped me with my curse? I blinked. Craig had a human owner once. A young, kind girl. Hence the name. He refused anything better. Her foster mother threw him out, screaming that he was an evil creature from the devil. After coming to refuge and learning that I could read, Craig asked me to help him understand what she meant. I was so sad to learn this important human text said I was a bad creature, that I was cursed to slither. You said I shouldn't care what humans think, but I cared. So what did you do? I sighed. I went home, scoured my library, and didn't come back until I could tell you weren't a bad creature, even according to humans. You showed me all the cultures that view us as symbols of healing. Even that same text has examples of us being good. You told me the value of legs is exaggerated. What's your point? How can we show you you're not a bad creature? And throw up those Moths and Monsters cheer for the story if you liked it. I'm getting better at it. There's the poster for Junior. Alright. So as I said, this is gonna be a little bit weird. But before I go into that, I see a bunch of cheers. Let's go back. Mako Cam, Hellenic Taoist, Magistrate Ironlung, Norman Gray. Thank you for all the cheers. Really appreciate that. So as I said, there's gonna be some weirdness with my story. Let's see. How do I want to explain this? So I have questions, as you can see on the side. I often have questions about my stories, and I received a certain review, and when I got this review, I was like not certain that I agreed with it, but at the same time, like, it was really sticking with me. And it was, kind of saying, like, yeah, the stuff that you were worried about, it was indeed a problem. And so when I first, was thinking about, when I first was, writing the story, and then also when I first received the review, I was like, oh, but, I can't fix those things, though. But then I thought about it more, and I was like, maybe, you know what? Those are a loser's words. Maybe I can fix it. And so I tried to do that. I tried to do a rewrite where I fixed these potential problems. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read the questions, and there's a little explanation there too. And then I'm going to read the review with the stuff that I'm addressing in the rewrite. Then I'm going to read the rewrite, and then we're going to talk about it. And I hope that it's going to be interesting, because basically what it's going to allow us to talk about is how much exposition is necessary. Lately I've been talking so much about the context of a larger universe, that how much context do you need? And this actually is going to very specifically show, here's the story with a bunch of exposition and a bunch of context. And here's the story with much less exposition and much less context. And I'm curious, I'm going to be very curious to see what you guys think. Before I read the questions, there is a little explanation for what inspired the story, or what inspired part of the story. So I follow the subreddit r/am_I_the_asshole, and I always love the ones that are about pets and stuff, about animals. And so one that, I don't love them if people are being mean, but I love them when it's like, I brought a pony to my daughter's school. Am I the asshole? I'm like, are you though? I'm ready for this. And so this post was basically, this person has a farm, and she had rat snakes on the farm, and they weren't really her pets, but they were nice snakes that helped her with the rats around the farm. And so they were good snakes. And her niece was going to come over to stay with her. And then, like, on the phone, she offhand mentioned that she had these snakes. And then her her sister got all snippety and was like, I don't want my daughter around those evil creatures. You have to get rid of them before she can come to your house. And then the poster was like, I guess she's not coming to my house then. So, there's an ad break.
There's an ad break. I'll show you the kitties.
Can I show you both kitties?
There we go. There's both kitties. There's both kitties.
And thank you to whoever snoozed it. While I was reading the story, I saw the purple come up and I was like, no!
Oh, kitty. Oh.
The one on the pillow. You mean this one?
Oh, sorry, I woke you up.
Kitty, I can't pet you without taking up all the frame. Arith, you're welcome. I saw the ad and I was like, no! Same reaction. Yes. So it looks like it's gone. I can come back. But anyways, so this person, made this post and they were like, am I the asshole for saying that my niece, won't be coming over then because I'm not getting rid of my snakes? And everyone was like, no, you're not. And a lot of the people, in the comments were like, those Bible thumping bumpkins, she's getting this from the Bible and, that sucks and everything. And I over here am, wait, was I wrong? Was that the pre-ad thing? Did I not look closely enough? Because now it seems like it's the ad. Sorry. Back to the kitties.
Sorry, back to the kitties. I didn't look close enough, Bella. Nope.
Could you? Oh yeah, you can see your head. It's just glowing white.
Whoa, kitty. Let me maneuver myself over to you. Oh no, he's starting to purr, and the ad break has ended. Oh no, now I want to stay and pet you. You're too precious. You're too much.
Alright, but, yeah, so everybody was like, like those Bible thumping bumpkins. And I am a Christian, and so, I am aware that there are actually other stories in the Bible where snakes are a good thing. And I feel like the best refutation to the sister's argument is even the Bible doesn't think snakes are evil creatures. And so if you are going like, my daughter can't be around them because they're evil creatures because the Bible says they're evil creatures. Well, no, that is not exactly what the Bible says. And so I'll just read my response. But my response was, I'm assuming she took their evil creatures from the Bible. Well, guess what? John 3:14-15 says, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whoever believes in him may have eternal life. Jesus compared himself to a snake. He wouldn't do that if all snakes were pure evil. And in the Old Testament story Jesus is referencing, God used snakes to enact judgment and later mercy. Also, earlier on, God has Moses turn his staff into a snake, which eats Pharaoh's magician snakes. God himself used snakes as symbols of both his sovereignty and his mercy. So if she thinks they're evil because the Bible told her so, she might want to check again. Snakes have been symbols of healing throughout many cultures. Pharaoh had a snake on his crown, which was meant to ward off disease. They were often depicted on ancient storage jars as protectors from spoilage. Some shamans/medicine men in Brazil see snakes as wise and powerful, helpful in learning about healing. In fact, you know that symbol of the snake entwining a rod you see on medical stuff today? That's the symbol of the Greek god of healing, Asclepius. He was often depicted in the form of a snake. So, granted, I mostly got all that from like one article, but it was really interesting because I was just like looking up. I was trying to find the Bible verse to go like make the comment, and then I found more, and I was like, whoa! Like, snakes are treated as something good. It like way more than they're treated as something bad. But I feel like I've only heard of them as, yeah, it's like, oh, they're so bad. They're these terrible things. And I just thought that was so cool and interesting. And so when I was thinking about what to do for this prompt, I love this idea of taking, like, snakes are usually seen as this terrible, cursed thing, but actually, like, maybe they're not, or other cultures at least see them as a really good thing. And so I thought that was really fun to use and talk about. But going on to my questions. This one was particularly difficult to figure out how to add context for. I'm guessing this will be a situation of you guys probably. I would have loved to have seen more setting described. Me too, bro. So my first question is, did you feel like you had enough context? Could you understand what was happening? Did you feel like more setting was required? On the flip side, was the beginning too exposition-y? And then I'm going to skip 2 for now. 3, does the line, even the same text has examples of us being good, feel too preachy? I feel like the greatest way to refute an argument is to show, hey, even the text you're getting that from isn't claiming that's true. I'm a Christian myself, and I greatly enjoyed posting my comment on that post, in that first paragraph, because I do feel like it's the best argument. However, I don't know if it feels awkward, like it shouldn't be there, like I'm preaching to the audience. Do you feel like I needed more specific/concrete examples of the healing thing? So if you guys have answers to that or would like to answer before I read my rewrite, please feel free to do so. But for now, I'm going to go down to the review that I ended up addressing in my rewrite. So, oops, those are my questions. So for question 1, I think I had enough context, though. That's in part because I'm familiar enough with your stories to know Savion's backstory. I will say I think too much of the beginning and parts of the rest of the tale read as exposition rather than something more natural that 2 old friends would talk about. Honestly, I think it would have been better to have Savion hesitating at the entrance, and then the conversation with the snake, perhaps having him describe his probably reception, and the snake countering with examples of him proving that serpents were good, though that might be going too far in my suggestions. And then 3, the line falls a bit flat. If anything, the fact that snakes are depicted positively in the very book where Western serpent hatred seems to arise would likely demoralize Craig here and make him pretty jaded. I think that might help. Heck, just quoting the text that you put in the comment below might make the point better than the more broad reference in the text of the story. Okay, so I'm going to now read my rewrite, which tried to address these things. And we're going to see what you guys think. We're going to see which one you guys vote for. If you agreed, like, yeah, this is an issue and I think that the other version is better. Or if you were like, no, actually, I think you had it right the first time. Okay, so here's this. I stood outside the barrier to refuge. I did not do his voice. I stood outside the barrier to refuge, hesitating to go in. Not certain I should. Not certain I was welcome. I built this place as a refuge for animals. A place no human could touch us. And I was the one to violate it. Craig, the snake, evidently noticed me and slithered out at the barrier. Savion, what's wrong? I scoffed. Where to start? Craig blinked patiently. Do you still want me to visit you? Why wouldn't we? I rubbed my neck. Because I lied to you? You told us you were cursed by force, but you were transformed by choice. I don't understand the fuss. The results are the same. The results? You are human and miserable. I bit my lip, looking away. A pause. Remember when you helped me with my curse? I blinked. Craig had a human owner once. A young, kind girl. Hence the name. He refused anything better. Our foster mother threw him out, screaming that he was an evil creature from the devil. After coming to refuge and learning that I could read, Craig asked me to help him understand what she meant. I was so sad to learn this important human text said I was a bad creature, that I was cursed to slither. You said I shouldn't care what humans think, but I cared. So, what did you do? I sighed. I went home and scoured my library. I found that Earth's history abounded with examples of humans seeing snakes as good. Pharaohs in ancient Egypt wore a snake on their crown to ward off disease. A snake wound around the staff of Asclepius, the Greek god of healing, a symbol even modern humans use on hospitals. Even in the Bible, a bronze snake healed all who looked upon it. Who showed me that I'm not a bad creature? Mother Martha was a bad human. There are lots of humans who think we are very good. You also told me that the value of legs is exaggerated. What's your point? How can we show you you're not a bad creature? All right, so now I can ask my questions now that you have both versions. So we basically have, the original version I wrote, and then we have the version of basically if, each of the things I was wondering about in my, questions was in fact an issue that, there was a bit too much the exposition. And, with things I was addressing with the review, I was addressing that it felt like there was too much exposition. And granted, I do still feel like there's a different but related problem in the new version, which is that it might feel like this line here and this line here feel like they're giving exposition to each other, and as opposed to sounding natural to what they would say. But it doesn't have, it doesn't have all the exposition at the beginning. And then I did do him hesitating at the entrance as well. That is how I started. I did slightly more setting, but not a lot. And then I was trying to convey with the line that, because I totally can see why it would come across as if that same, text has examples of snakes being good, it might actually make him jaded instead. But I was more trying to convey, what I said in the new version of, it's showing him, no, you're not bad. Even most humans don't think you're bad. This one person was the problem. That you're not the problem, Craig. Martha's the problem. Kind of thing. And so it's she misinterpreted the text as opposed to I'm not remembering, but yeah. And then of course I added the actual examples and stuff like that. So especially because we've been talking so much about how much context do you need, I'm really curious to know which one worked better for you in terms of the context. Which one did you feel like you could understand what was going on better? Which one did you feel like you had the right amount of context, or did neither of them feel like you had the right amount of context? One thing I will note that I didn't even really intend to take out of the other version. It's just what naturally ended up happening. I didn't say that Savion is the Wolf King. I didn't say that he lied about who he is. And so I do think that could be a big issue with the second version, which is that you might not know why this is such a big betrayal. That it's just you told us you were cursed, whatever, kind of thing, as opposed to you lied about who you are and you also lied about the method, kind of thing. So I'm curious. So I'm curious, like, in terms of context, which worked better for you? Do you actually think that that bit of exposition that when I was writing the story I felt was so necessary was necessary? Or did it actually work better in this version? Did it feel more awkward in the new version because like they had to give the exposition in dialogue more? And then, yeah, like, there's another question of context in terms of this. Like, in this one, all I said was cultures view us as symbols of healing. Is that all that you needed? Is that all the context that you needed to understand the idea I was going for? Or did you feel like this was super duper helpful to have, these specific examples? Or did those examples feel unnatural to how he would actually talk in dialogue and feel like he was giving exposition? And then, and then also did, like, the Bible reference work better as well? So, yeah, so it's kind of this question of what were your initial answers to the questions in the first version? Would you agree with this review? Would you not? And especially if you did agree with it, do you think that the other version was better? And in general, what do you think was better in the old version? What do you think was better in the new version? That kind of thing. And I'm also curious, one thing I was really nervous about in the original version is, that he refers to himself in third person here. He says, Savion the Wolf King had made this sanctuary. And then he says, I hated humanity more than anyone. And then down here is when he says, I was Savion. And I was kind of going for, like, hoping what happened with the animals, a little microcosm of what happened with the animals would happen with the audience, that the audience is thinking he isn't Savion, that he's just somebody who doesn't like humans. And then you learn, oh, wait, it's him, But easily, that could have been super confusing. And so not only was there a ton of exposition, I might have made things harder to understand within the exposition itself. And then, like I said, did you feel like you understood the situation better in this version, or did you feel like you understood, them equally? And then did you, when you read the first version, where you were like, I am desperate for more setting, did you feel like the other one fixed that? And then, let's see. Mostly just the questions I already asked. Let's see what folks have been saying. Let's talk through that. I just see a snake, less edible. We were talking about eating Craig. Oh yeah, I was also gonna tell you guys that the name Craig is from Good Mythical Morning, that they had a snake for a very long time, and unfortunately this snake has recently passed away. And so his name was Craig, and I just called this snake Craig to honor the real Craig. Okay. Ghoulish thing talking about Junior. You'd think it would be funny. It was not. I don't feel like, maybe I've not watched enough Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, but I feel like his movies usually are not comedies. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. And I think I already thanked you, but thanks again. 94 bits short. I think Hellenic fixed that, so I think we have 2 unlocked. Era says, Kaylee, you performed the snake's voice really well. Aw, I'm glad to hear that. Alex says, I love Craig the Snake. That is very sweet. Throws moths and monsters onto the stage. Yeah. Instead of throwing roses, you just throw moths and little monsters. Don't know why, but Craig is such a funny name to give a snake. Exactly. And that's also, I kind of love the image of this, like, I don't know if she's, like, a little girl or if she's a teenager, but one of the two, that she's like, this is my snake, his name is Craig, kind of thing. Craig is a cool name for a snake, I think, in my opinion, is all sincere. Nice. Isn't there an animated snake named Craig? I don't know. Craig is a Scottish name, nice. Poor Adbound viewers who are missing the kitties. I mean, I guess they can see them in the VOD. It's just gonna be harder to find. Cats. Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. Yeah, good point. That is a little more well known of a saying that is good, like kind about snakes, for sure. More snake ASMR. Nice. I just really like you're good at voice acting. Aw, that's very sweet of you. Death says, I think that's better, but that's just me. Anyone else? Well, that's great to know that you thought that I addressed the issues. Norman says, I'm not sure I had enough of a problem with the original to think it warranted the rewrite. I'm not really partial to one over the other. Gotcha. Hewell says, I like the second one more. Feels more active. I know nothing, though. Don't tag my opinion. Well, I mean, honestly, the fact that you know nothing makes me value your opinion more highly because you're the one who would benefit from the context. Mako says, I'm leaning towards the first one. Hewell says, was it mentioned that he had built the refuge in the first one? I don't remember it. I felt like that's better context. As someone who knows nothing of the universe, that what his status is. It does say that, but like I said, it does say that he made it, but it's in that confusing part to where I have him reference himself in third person, so I totally understand that got missed. Arith says, I didn't feel like you had to do a rewrite. I think both stories had good elements, though I favor the first story. For some reason, I struggle to explain. Partially because I know Savion's background already, so it's hard for me to judge. Though I do like the second text, had nice exploration of other snake things. Nice. R.I.P. Craig, yes, indeed. I don't know what we're referring to here. The end of the story makes me want to go pet a snake on the head and tell it it's a good snake. I mean, I don't feel like that's odd. I feel like that is an understandable reaction. Norman, I wish you luck. Alright. Let's see if anybody was talking in the not-so-private chat. Oh, yeah, totally. Hellenic said, I literally just realized I could have had Corey's mom slip a son somewhere in the dialogue. Totally. That feeling when you wake up 6 hours after the deadline and realize what you ought to have done, for sure. Let's see. Gotcha. Wolf says, I think there are 2 or 3 verses in the Bible where snake equals bad. The fall of man, a few Proverbs, and in Matthew 9 when Jesus is describing the difference between God and man by saying, if your kid is hungry, you're going to give him a fish, not a snake, right? I think it's like egg, isn't it? That's very few compared to positives, especially if you're considering the Hebrew. I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, like, it is a situation of it's not, they are purely bad and will only ever be used as something bad. You know what I mean? It's like, they're also being used as something good. And that's also why I had the verse about Jesus comparing himself to a snake, because, like, Jesus is the epitome of good. And he compared himself to a snake. That's a pretty good review. That's a pretty good review of snakes. That, like, they're having, at least in some way, a stamp of Jesus' approval. That he's at least willing to compare himself to some version of a snake. Yeah, Nara says, snake equals less edible, but also potentially venomous if given to a kid. Funnily enough, fish more edible, but sometimes still poisonous to eat, like pufferfish. Though those didn't live in the region Jesus lived in. Yeah, exactly. That example makes logical sense. That it's not necessarily saying snakes are evil. You wouldn't, eat a snake because they're evil. It's like, well, you wouldn't eat a snake because you just aren't supposed to eat a snake. A lot of bones. Says as someone who's watched a lot of best ever food review show, snake is pretty edible. Obviously, Jews cannot eat snakes because of cultural law. Interesting. Are any snakes poisonous? I'm trying to remember, because I have been watching a channel that talks about snakes, and I think there are, like, some that are poisonous too, but I don't remember for sure. Oh yeah, and I guess I guess I can ask my other question real quick, which was, do you think a snake, even a snake with some amount of human reason, would understand sadness? As much as I can, or in the second version, miserableness. As much as I can, I do like to, well, I think I'm going to say this out loud instead of read my version, but you can read it on the screen if you want. So this is a weird world. So there are some, ooh, that's a cool snake. There are some worlds, fantasy worlds, where animals are just like, have the intelligence of humans by default. They talk, they act like humans, they have the intelligence of humans, that's that. I don't see a lot of worlds in which they can talk, but they still act like animals. And my world is in the middle. Basically, animals can have human reason if they choose to. That they can choose to go down that path. And if they start pursuing intelligence, they will get it. But lots of animals don't pursue that. A lot of animals are very content just as they are. And so the animals who are content as they are just going to be like, food, please, need to poop, you know, that kind of thing. But there are animals like Savion who act more human and who are able to gain human reason. But I think that there's a lot of animals, or at least a lot of the animals in Refuge, are in the middle. They're not at Savion's level of human reason, but they're not food, please. And so there's this question of, there are some things that I feel like this animal, the food please animal, would not understand. But there's also some things that even the animal at Savion's level wouldn't understand. That there are some emotions that I think are purely human, or are, or at least like the way that we feel our emotions are different to how an animal would feel them. And so even if you have like the ability to reason like a human, you wouldn't know how a human feels emotion, or an emotion that you literally can't feel, unless you were one. And so that line is sometimes hard to figure out. And so the question becomes like, okay, Craig is a snake that has human reason. I don't know that he was really at Savion's level of human reason, Wolf Savion's reason, level of human reason. But he has some amount of human intelligence. And so there's sort of the question of, is sadness an emotion that an animal's, or at least a snake, would not inherently feel, would not be able to understand even looking at it in a human? Or is it something that, yeah, like I feel like a snake that had some level of human intelligence, yeah, they'd be able to understand what sadness is, or they'd feel it, you know. Nico, I think it's fun to recontextualize non-human thoughts, emotions in terms of human emotion. Like a robot accomplishing objectives or following its program, being joy or happiness, or failing to serve its programming as sadness. Oh yeah, that's a really good point for sure. That it's like, yes, maybe they do feel happiness and sadness, but they would contextualize it differently. That we would describe it one way, whereas like we wouldn't necessarily describe happiness and sadness in the way of like, I fulfilled my programming. I didn't fulfill my programming, but for a robot, that's, you know, what it is. Oh, is the cool snake that you posted a poisonous snake? Interesting. But yeah, exactly. Hellenic, or is it Hellenic? Where'd you go? Oh, it's Norman. It never occurred to me before. I have no idea what the distinction between poison and venom. And Hellenic put it greatly. Venomous, its bite is deadly. Poisonous, it's deadly to bite. Yeah, that if it bites you and you die, it's venomous. If you bite it and you die, it's poisonous. So poison would be if the snake's like scales and stuff there's poison in them, then that would be a poisonous snake. But most snakes are venomous. They have the fangs. They bite you, you die. They're venomous. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Well, says there are poisonous snakes, but generally if they have venom, they're not poisonous. Interesting. Well, that does make sense. That it's like you probably would have one defense or the other. When you go into your snake creator screen, then you can either pick venom or poison, but not both. Yeah, venom offense, poison defense, for sure. For sure. Oh yeah, I'm also curious if anybody caught the title. I was very proud of my titles this week. But this was meant to be like a reference to the snake in the Garden of Eden. But in this case, it's like, maybe a snake in the garden isn't such a bad thing in general. Let's see, was there anything else I had to ask? Oh, I'm also curious if this seemed like the first time he entered Refuge after they found out. I don't know if it is or not, but I'm thinking not, because I think it would have been a much more momentous occasion if it was the first time he entered after. Arith says, it was a nice title. I liked it. Thank you. Mako says, does it also work as Savion being in Refuge? Or is... Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. I totally can't believe I wasn't saying that. But yes, exactly, that Savion was the snake in the garden, that he's the one, he was lying to them, you know, that at least he views himself in the negative way of, like, I was the snake in their garden. I was the one, you know, infiltrating this beautiful place, kind of thing. And I was the one lying to them. So yes, exactly. Welcome, Reincarnator and Raiders. Yeah, they can deal with pests that can ruin your garden. Snakes and spiders are good for gardens. Yeah, exactly. I feel like there should be a way to make that a prompt. I guess a snake in the garden could be the prompt itself. Oh yeah, did my adding S's to everything, did that get annoying, or did that work? Because I know people have varying opinions on like using accents and stuff, and so I don't know if that was an issue. And I guess the other question would quite simply be, did you like my use of the prompt? Did my use of the prompt work? Because I was trying to use it in a few different ways, but mostly just for Savion and for Greg. Okay, and Era says, no, it wasn't annoying, the S's. It was used sparingly and just right for flavor. That is great to hear. It's just a speech impediment. Almost question time. That's right. So yeah, you guys, if you have any questions for me, give me questions. Yes, I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for all your comments and everything. I hope that I didn't go too long on mine. I hate it when I spend too much time on mine. But hopefully it was enjoyable and helpful. And hopefully, like, part of the reason I was wanting to actually read both, even though it might take some extra time, is because I was really hoping that could, like, help you guys think about, like, how much exposition and context you want to include. Especially because I have been talking about that so often, is like, to literally show, okay, here's one version of the context, here's another version of adding the context, which one's better? Then I think that could help you decide, what do I want to do in my stories when I'm adding context. So I hope it was helpful. I hope that I didn't talk about myself for too long. Mako says, I had a great one yesterday, but now I can't remember it. Oh no. I think we're under the usual time for midstream questions. Well, great. That is great to hear. But yeah, so get those cogs turning. A snake with a lisp. He's very sensitive about it. Aw, cute. That'd be cute if Craig was transformed into a human and then he had a lisp and was sensitive about it. Oh, and Arith answered my question. Yes, the use of the prompt worked very well, exploring how curses can be self-inflicted by our point of view. Yeah, so that's a very, very great point. Exactly that. Yeah, for sure. What general ideas are you looking for? I mean, anything you got, really. Whatever you think would be a good question that the group would benefit from talking about, or just would make a good discussion. Yep, exactly. I don't know if Eddie is here in the actual live stream, but Eddie says, I haven't done one of these in a while, so time for your random ancient Egypt fact of the day. People often think serpents were a sign of evil in ancient Egypt because of Apep, god of chaos, but in truth, that was more of an exception than the rule. Most serpents were seen as a sign of good, as protectors of the environment around them, and symbol of continued life, representing the goddess Wadjet, goddess of life and fertility, whose name meant the green one. That is exactly what I was referencing with pharaohs putting the snakes on their crown, their headdress. It was, I think it had a different name when I was looking up, but it was like the goddess Wadjet. It was her that they were putting on their headdresses, that she was like the protector of life and stuff like that. So they put it on their crowns. Question, snakes, good or bad? Discuss. That's great. Ghoulish says, how do you incorporate invented terms into your stories? Ooh, that's interesting. Arith says, how can a character's point of view be the source of conflict in a story, like the self-inflicted curses in the snake in the garden story? Interesting. So you mean kind of the man versus self conflict? How can the character themselves be the source of conflict? That's interesting. You know, I like that. Do you guys have a vote between those two questions, or do you guys have questions of your own? Give me a vote, because I think they're both great. I mean, snakes good or bad is also great, but maybe less writing related. I'll show you the kitties while you're voting. Yep, man versus self. Exactly.
Hi, kitty. Oh, sneeze. Oh no.
Maybe. I don't know how well you could see her. We can do one this week and one next for sure. I mean, I guess in that case that probably Arith's would be better because it's related to what we just read. You think?
You think? Kitty?
Eddie says, well, time for an ancient Egypt fact combo. I think he did hear me. The serpent in Pharaoh's heads was a symbol of the headdress for the leader of Lower Egypt, I believe, as that was where the center of worship for Wadjet had been since prehistory. Upper Egypt had a different headdress, and the pharaohs of the unified Egypt wore a headdress that combined both of them. Interesting. True, it's topical. You're such cute, mellow cats. They don't hiss or swipe in annoyance. True. Like, they pretty much never bite or scratch at all. The only times they will bite is, like, if I'm, getting their mats and it's hurting them. And even that, like, doesn't really hurt. They're just like, please stop. Please stop, getting my mats. But I think it's because they're ragdolls. Ragdolls are famously very, very mellow kitties. But I did have a ragdoll before them that would, bite and scratch. So depends on the cat as well. Okay, so let's see. How can a character POV be others of conflict in a story? Like the self curses in the above story. I guess it doesn't say previous. Oh, right. Ow, that hurts. Yeah, exactly. Koryan says, I like both those questions, but vote for Arith as some of my stories. If not all have that element to the theme. Very fair. Very fair. Maybe for the break I'll just tilt the camera and let you see the kitties. I don't know if they're gonna stay there. They might get up when I leave the room. But you enjoy their presence, so and they're both there, being cute. No, yeah, there, more like that. Okie dokie, let's get out the tunes and go to Snackville. See you guys in a little bit.
Oh, cute. He's looking at me. Oh no. You gotta get up. So cute. He's purring again.
like this. Oh, I thought the song was ending, but then it wasn't. I'm gonna turn off my camera for a second and look at your comments while the song ends. Alrighty. Okie dokie. Kitty, what do you think? Are you leaving or are you staying? Little babe.
Little baby cat.
You're so cute.
Come show yourself to the people. Little baby.
Alright. So Hellenic says, my usual strategy along these lines is to give the character some kind of inner turmoil they're trying to come to grips with. In my story, actually, let me reread the question first. How can a character's point of view be the source of conflict in a story, like the self-inflicted curses in the previous story? Submitted by Arith Winterfell.
Bo, you are way too good. You're way too good of a cat.
Oh.
Little mistake. But you're so good.
He, I barely had to teach him where to step on the computer, and he always steps in the right place so he doesn't mess up my keyboard. So Hellenic says, my usual strategy along these lines is to give the character some kind of inner turmoil they're trying to come to grips with. In my story from this week, the conflict is largely driven by the fact that Chorus is excited about his pregnancy, but he doesn't feel free to express it because it seems to him like everyone else is treating it like a bad thing. It can also be quite effective for the character to have some kind of prejudice or preconception that's getting in the way, and they have to come to terms with it to make progress. Ooh. I feel like I do have a caveat to the answer, which is the fact that there is a bit of, I don't know what the official name for it is, but a bit of man versus society in that story, that it's not necessarily like Chorus is excited, but he's also not excited. It's Chorus is excited, but nobody else is, kind of thing. But, there is inner conflict in the sense of, like you said, he doesn't feel free to express it. It's more in,
did I speak too soon? Did I? This, right here. Step there.
Oh, good boy.
Oh, good boy. Oh, you purring.
Could you hear him purring? But the inner conflict is more of, he's excited, but, he feels conflicted because he doesn't know, I was going to say he doesn't know how to share it with people, but does that then count as an outside conflict as well? He bonked the mic. He did his cute little kitty bonk. Oh, I want to show it to you. It's so cute. Oh, baby. You're too precious. But yeah, I agree with you on the prejudice or preconception getting in their way, for sure. That, and I think Pride and Prejudice understand. He's rubbing against stuff. I don't know if you can hear me over the sound of his rubs and purrs. In Pride and Prejudice, the conflict comes less from, like, Darcy's a bad person, actually, and Lizzie's dealing with that. No, it's that he isn't a bad person, and she's prejudiced against him. And so, in a way, she's fighting herself more than she's fighting him, because she's having to do battle with the fact that she, that her view is getting in the way. It sounds like you can hear him purring. ASM purr. Yes. Might have to take just like the clip of him purring and put it on the channel. Can you still hear him? Because he is still purring here.
You are such a good kitty.
Alright. Eddie, as for the question, I honestly don't quite know how to answer this other than I just kind of do it. I mean, in my Olympus stories, I almost always write it from the point of view of whoever's angry at Zeus in the particular moment, or from Hades' point of view if Zeus is not present, since he's the one no-nonsense guy around, making him a good foil for any character. And the conflict and source of humor just comes naturally from those clashes of opposing personalities. So I guess I could answer that as make sure your point of view character is dealing with a person or situation that contrasts a lot with them or something. But the challenging part, in my experience, is making sure the point of view comes across. It's too easy to assume an omniscient narrator if you write primarily in third person. So you need to make it clear that it's limited, and in what ways it's limited, i.e. what are the things the narrator doesn't know, and whose point of view is the one the narrator can peer through. In a first-person narration, it's a bit easier. You just need to make sure you don't confuse the reader about who's speaking in the narration. Granted, I'm speaking more from a perspective of the character's point of view clashes with the point of view of someone near them than inner turmoil within that character. But I think it can still fit for the latter if it's a character dealing with an alien situation that they're having a hard time understanding / dealing with. I was like, good answer, but also, like, that's more about other points of view clashing than inside themselves. But that is fair, that is a really good point, that this would be, like, nigh impossible to do with an omniscient, and a bit harder, but not impossible to do in third person, and then way easier to do in first person. A third of the way to the third encore. Lovely, lovely. But yeah, and, like, you can use, like, the environment or the characters around the character to spur on an inner conflict what? She almost knocked over the mic. If there's a big crash, you'll know it's because he did it. You'll know it's because he succeeded. Bo purrs a lot, indeed. Can you guys still hear me over his purring? And thank you for the cheer, Mako. I don't think I actually said that. In stream, nobody can hear you purr. But yes, and then making sure that the perspective in third person, in third limited, does come across clearly and you stay in that person's head, can be difficult at times. Yes, but the purring is 40% of the audio. That's so funny. Maybe I'll try and stick over here where the mic is to try to make me better heard. But that's pretty awesome. The per stream question. Alright. Wolf says, I think there are many ways POV can influence conflict. Misunderstanding is pretty common. I think allowing the audience to experience the character's emotion is probably the strongest use of point of view to drive conflict. We understand their pain a lot more and yearn for catharsis on their behalf. However, neither compares to my favorite, the delusional point of view. I love having the point of view conflict with the reality of the story itself. It makes the audience uneasy, which is great for a horror man versus self story. Yeah, that's a great idea, that for sure, that a character who views the world differently than perhaps it is in reality, which we're gonna get a little taste of in our next story. But that is a great way to have conflict. That, like, the Telltale Heart is kind of the stereotypical but very good, example of this. Because he is like, homeboy is having a breakdown because he can hear, the heart beating. But it's just in his head. It's not actually happening. It's just him freaking out. That kind of thing. And then that's interesting. Are you talking about misunderstanding? Are you saying like a character misunderstands something and so that causes a lot of turmoil inside themselves? Or are you just talking about conflict in general is often caused by misunderstanding? And then for sure, like emotion, definitely, especially in Man versus Self, is a great drive. And I feel like it'd be very hard to do Man versus Self like without any sort of emotion. But yes. Oh, baby. Amasa says, I'm not entirely sure how to answer this from personal experience in my own writing, but some thoughts might be really angsty, conflicted characters work really well for this sort of thing. A point of view of a character filled with self-doubt, PTSD, or other problems of their past can be used. I also thought about the idea of the point of view character being an unreliable narrator, where their own perspective doesn't match up to what they are saying, and that they're able to realize this. Yeah, so that's goes back to what Wolf was saying. That's a great point of, like, you were offering some examples of, like, maybe they're dealing with self-doubt, PTSD. Like, there's lots of different either like actual diagnosable mental illnesses or, non-diagnosable mental problems that they're dealing with, or just general mental problems that you can use as a source of internal conflict within a character, for sure. Really hard to pull off, though, yes. I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. Would a crazy person do this? Yes, actually. That's awesome. And Wolf says, I was talking about conflict in general. Gotcha. Hello and welcome to the purring hour. Yes, indeed. You can't even see what I'm doing. I've got his little smushy face in my hands. That's there's a little teaser for you about something upcoming in a new video. But yes, let's head over to and he says, I was gonna say that this comment makes me want to write about a story from the perspective of an autistic person, but I'm autistic, so I guess everything I write is from the point of view of an autistic person, so I can't really know what being non-autistic is like to be able to properly compare. That's awesome. I want to write a story from the perspective of an autistic person. Eddie, you're autistic. Everything you write is from the perspective of an autistic person. I mean, granted, your characters don't have to be. Like, it's true that everything you'll write will come through that lens, but that doesn't necessarily mean that your characters are like, are that for sure, Hellenic has to go, but it was great to have you. I hope you enjoyed the reading of your story. Alrighty. Getting cute. Arith, one way to explore man versus self is the tragic flaw. Say a good person who is yet flawed by pridefulness, leading them to a tragic, and such as in many Greek tragedies. Another way to explore is self-image. A character who has a flawed self-image can create a conflict through the dissonance of what they see as themselves and who they really are in many levels. Ooh, that's interesting. So that's kind of a different level to what Wolf and Massa were talking about, the unreliable narrator, then instead of it being they don't exactly see the world as it is, it's they don't exactly see themselves as they are. That's really interesting. And yeah, like a tragic flaw is a great idea, that they have this very specific flaw that causes all this conflict inside of themselves, and it kind of goes along with there's apparently an ad break. It goes along with the ad break. Of course, right when the other kitty settles down, that's when the ad break comes.
Right, Bella? Oh, sneezes again.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby sneezes. Oh, you're so cute. Actually, I need to ask my mom something. Let me send her a text.
What do you think, Bo?
so funny how Bella has exactly two modes. Either she's all up in the camera and wants to be the center of the attention and is very distracting, or she is super mellow and chilled out. No in between. All right. Ewell says, the best thing along these lines I can think of is a scenario where there very much is still an external conflict, but it is somehow made worse or even started by the point of view character. So the conflict is both external and the guilt of why did I make this worse / cause this. Interesting. So you're thinking of a combination of the two, that it's not purely something internal or purely external, it's that the two are informing each other, that the internal causes the external or makes it worse. That's very interesting, and that's totally a great idea. Oh, is the volume? Oh, no, I actually didn't turn it down, so it's still so soft but so warm for yes. glad you guys enjoyed the purrs. The purring just comes and goes for me, much like a wizard. It arrives precisely when it means to. Amazing. They don't see themselves as they really are. As a depressive person, I can relate to that. That's fair. Arith says, an interesting point. The number of examples that cross over into man versus society instead of man versus self may be an indication of how much the issue of distorted self-image and the conflict it brings is born mostly out of society and its pressures on us. That's a really good point. That for sure. That is a great point. Because like talking about like Hellenic's story, like I was saying, that Corey doesn't feel like he's able to express how he actually feels inside of himself because society is making it so he can't, and so then it informs this conflict inside of himself of what do I do, how much do I say, how much do I feel. That's really interesting.
Squish in the face.
Nice. That's great. We should have a variant of the Lag Goblin emotes where it's holding an advertisement sign. I love that. That's great. Nice. Yeah, I feel like this question is so broad, it makes it difficult for me to think of a specific example or answer, because I feel like this is like 90% of my stories. This is Savion, this is Victor. I guess Peter is like maybe a bit of both, but he's much less because he believes he's in the right and he's doing the worst thing out of all of them. But yeah, like there are lots of different things that somebody might be internally conflicted about or upset about, and reasons that inside of themselves they'll be their own stumbling block kind of thing. And like you said, it might be their image of themselves. It might be that who they want to be isn't who they feel that they are. You know, it might be that they just don't like what they see in themselves and think they see themselves accurately. It might be that they see themselves too highly. They might be too prideful and not be able to see the truth of what's going on. Maybe they do see the truth and they are conflicted about it. Maybe they do. And that's the issue. Maybe like they did something terrible and they feel genuinely guilty about it, and that's, you know, their own conflict. That kind of thing. Amazing. Yeah, just straight iron lung. That's the best kind of conflicting point of view. It might look like I'm doing bad, but I know this is for the greater good. I mean, that would be like, maybe I might be misunderstanding, but that would be like, other people think this is bad, but I know it's good. And I feel like more of the internal version would be, you know, I think it's bad, but I also think it's good. Or even like, I know this is bad, but I also think it's good kind of thing. Yeah. I'm trying to decide if I want to sit. I think I probably should, just so I don't wear myself out too much. Sometimes it feels like continuing to stand makes me more awake for longer, makes me have more energy, and sitting down makes me more relaxed, but also sometimes standing tuckers me out more afterwards. I don't know what exactly you're talking about with the Hypno Frog, but yes, we're just talking about lag goblins and their ads that say ad, or their signs that say ad.
Hi. Hi, kitty. Oh, baby. Where you going? Where are you going? What you stepping on?
Interesting. Eddie says Brandon Sanderson kind of does both of those things in the first Mistborn book. The villain knows he's doing horrendous things, but believes it's for the greater good, while the heroes fight him because they don't realize there's any good behind his actions when there actually is, as revealed in the sequel. Interesting.
Hi. Oh, kitty, where you going?
But I do love that when, I do love redeemable villains that have some good in their actions and stuff like that, and heroes who have some evil in their actions, and that leading to conflict and angst and stuff like that.
You gonna sit back there, baby?
All right. The boards should say subscribe to A Moth in the Archive. Yeah. That'd be fun. Let us go on to our encores. As far as I know, we only have Decoy and Booples unlocked, so if you'd like to unlock more stories, then don't hesitate to cheer during the stories and during the praise and critique of them.
Okay, he laid down.
Okie dokie. The villain. My actions are actually for the greater good. The heroes. Did we accidentally do a terrorism? That's great.
Oh, you getting up, Bella? Am I disturbing you?
It's me, says Decoy. Awesome. I believe I copied over your notes, but if you have any questions that weren't said in the notes, don't hesitate to say them. You can't even see her. I have my hand behind my back petting her, but you can't even see it. Oh, yeah. Well,
oh, there's her head. Yeah, there's the fluff. Yeah, the fluffy kitty.
All right.
A cat, yes.
Let us begin. Tapped in by The Real Decoy. Content warning, violence/gore.
My room has gotten considerably less cushy since the incident. We lost the actual quarantine bays during an anomaly, so I'm being kept in a cramped engine deck bulkhead. It smells delicious, a mix of oil and copper, and I adore the steady thrum of the convalescer engines. My furniture comprises a metal table and 2 steel chairs bolted to the floor. The cameras don't count as furniture. I smile at them. The bluecoats monitor me always. My caseworker enters, a bluecoat named Dr. Rest. Hi, Doc, I chirp happily. I still have all my vocal cords. He sits down and pulls his tech pad away from me. Not that I can see in the traditional sense. I'd lost my eyes to Briggs syndrome, as the bluecoats call it. The reds and yellows have other names.
Name?
Senior Comms Officer Briggs. He ticks a box labeled Lucid. That seems like a good sign.
And how are your fingers?
Wonderful, sir. Long, thin cables have been sprouting from my fingertips, displacing my nails. They are superlatively adaptable. I've patched into cameras around the ship to keep tabs on everyone. I mean, I'm still a comms officer. I use the cameras to watch his tech pad. He writes, "Still human?" I do not like that question mark.
The chaplain has indicted you as a curse fiend, and the AI has declared you a magnitude 3 threat,
Ras says with a level voice. Well, that's no good. Do you agree?
He gives me what is meant to be a reassuring smile. As Patient Zero, I would rather research your functions. But I see extermination order is selected. 2 armed Marines enter the room. I am prepared. I've spent days here, cocooning the space in my wires. Before they can act, my coils pierce through their souls. The copper wires travel up their femoral arteries, seeking their hearts. It shreds them from the inside. I smile beatifically as they collapse. Rast grabs his communicator, but I've made this room a Faraday cage. No help is coming. I love research. Let's try making you Patient 1. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Aw, Decoy says, oh, I love these voices. I'm glad to hear that. That was such a fun read, says Decoy. That is lovely to hear. Oops, I did a murder. Now I'm imagining that to the tune of, oops, I did it again. Magistrate Ironlung has to go. It's great to have you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Alrighty-roo. I don't know if your notes had questions or just an explanation, but let's go over there. Hey readers, I've been bouncing this one around in my head all week, but I only managed to get it down on metaphorical paper. It needed a good amount of snipping. My poor cutting room floor is coated. I'll have to sweep. Hopefully I didn't prune anything that was needed to make sense of it. Also, I guess synthesis of metal and flesh is stuck in my head because my last 3 stories could fit in it for different reasons. But I think this fits the prompt well too. Feel free to comment on what works and what doesn't. Atmosphere, tone, plot, all of it. I wanted to make this one have a little bit more description and dialogue compared to my last few, which were essentially internal monologues. Anyway, hope everyone has a lovely weekend. Thank you so much for reading. Oops, I murdered again. Exactly. Alrighty, Roo. Well, feel free to answer that question, everybody. I greatly enjoyed this story. This was an interesting one, and I think this might have just been, that I wasn't in the right brain space when I first read it. That the first time I read it, I felt rather lost, but then the second time I read it, it was very clear and very fun. So I guess the first question, aside from that, would be, did any of you find anything confusing? If you did, where was it? But this is such a creative idea, and it absolutely does fit both this prompt and the synthesis of flesh and metal prompt. And I just love this idea of this disease that turns you into a machine. I think that's very cool. So let's just get started. So my room has gotten considerably less cushy since the incident. That's fun. I do feel like one of my biggest critiques for the story is this this first bit here. We lost the actual quarantine bays during an anomaly. So you just introduced the incident, and then you say an anomaly, and it's a lot's being thrown at us at once, and so I think, and that could have contributed to me feeling lost the first time, as I was confused, and then I got to, okay, engine deck bulkhead, I can understand that, and or at least engine deck. We'll come back to bulkhead. But I think saying we lost the actual quarantine bays during the incident, or let's see, how did I phrase it? Oh yeah, since the ship lacked an actual quarantine bay, I'm being kept in a cramped engine deck bulkhead. I think that would be a little easier to understand. Granted, depending on what you intend the setting to be, that might be very strange for them not to have a quarantine bay, but it requires less explanation and is less confusing than introducing an incident and an anomaly right next to each other at the very beginning of the story. Also, a bit nitpicky of a thing, but a bulkhead is a wall, as far as I know. It's something that's, keeps you safe, which does make sense for, a prison cell, basically. It's yeah, you got the bulkhead keeping you away from the other people. But I think just saying, I'm being kept in a cramped engine deck, or I'm being kept in a cramped engine deck, sealed with a bulkhead, I think would work a little bit better there. This right here is one of my favorite lines / phrases in the entire story. This story does such a fantastic job of staying in perspective, which is really great after the question that we just had. Because immediately when it's like, it smells delicious, a mix of oil and copper, we're like, that's not what I call delicious. And so it immediately makes you go, all right, this character, something's going on with this character. Maybe they're not human, and you might even be able to guess from the right there, like maybe they're turning into something that isn't human. But that's not usually something that's delicious, but to him it is. And so it's, like, this is something that he thinks and that he would say, that it's like, how would you describe the room that you're in? Well, it smells delicious, kind of thing. Even though we might not say that. It's totally in his head, and it gives us such a great clue as to where the story is going to be going. And like I was saying with Koryan's story, like, this is a great little bit of intrigue that we're like, okay, what does he mean by that? Let's keep reading. Which I think is great. The cameras don't count as furniture is fun, and then him smiling at them like, I'm nice, I'm fine, I'm not gonna kill anybody. And then I love it, like, if you liked the voice, then hopefully I did the voices right, but I definitely imagine him as having this, like, super happy voice. Hi, Doc! And I think that's a lot of fun, especially because it contrasts so well where things are gonna go at the end. It makes him very, very endearing. The line, I still have all my vocal cords. So I feel like the more natural way to phrase that for a human would be, I still have my vocal cords. And it kind of makes me wonder if you meant for it to sound a little bit strange, that he has more vocal cords now, that he's like, I still have all my vocal cords. Maybe you still had your original ones, but now new ones were added, that kind of thing. And maybe he doesn't even quite realize that that's a strange way to say it. But if it's meant to be, I still have human vocal cords, I think leaving off the all would sound a little more natural. And then, like, a little bit of an awkward phrasing here too. It says, he sits down and pulls his tech pad away from me. Well, it was never really established that the tech pad was near him. It kind of seems like he, like, put it down on the table next to him and then immediately pulled it back. Or, like, he was sitting relaxed and then was like, nope, kind of thing. But I think saying something like, he sits down, keeping his tech pad close to his chest, or he sits down, hiding his tech pad from me. That could work even better, because it's like, you can't hide from me, sucker, kind of thing. But a little awkward, but I do like the idea there. Oh yeah, I guess this was the paragraph that I had the most critiques for.
Oh, you're leaving, kitty. Oh, the chair's warm.
Okay, so actually, let me talk about one of my overall critiques to talk about this paragraph. So, I feel like, before I say that though, I feel like I'm talking a lot about my critiques, but I really loved this story. I think it's very well done. I'm just trying to make it better. But anyways, so, and this wasn't something that I thought that much about the first few times I read it, but once I started practicing the story for the stream, it came up and I was like, actually the more I look into this, the more of an issue it seems to be, which is that when I read this story, and even like in rereads, it kept feeling like this was an established condition. So when I got here, so I'd lost my eyes to Briggs syndrome, as the Blue Coats call it, and it used to be called in past tense here. To me, that reads like, Briggs syndrome is a well-established thing. And even though I did notice like a little bit of strangeness with the fact that it's called Briggs syndrome and his name is Briggs, I didn't quite connect. He's the only person who has the syndrome, so it's named after him. I think largely because of this phrasing of, I lost my eyes to Briggs syndrome. And I think that one aspect of that is that I'd lost my eyes tells you that this happened in the past. And that could be like, yeah, the syndrome I have right now, it took my eyes a while ago. Or it could be, I lost my eyes to a different ailment. And now I have this ailment I'm dealing with now. I think if you use the phrasing of something like, my eyes were the first to go, or my eyes went early, you know, that kind of thing, I think that would make it very clear. It's the same ailment. And then it's really interesting to me because something that I think would be really helpful is if you tweaked the phrasing just slightly. And you said, so, like, my eyes are the first to go to Briggs syndrome as the Bluecoats are calling it. I think if you use that version of the verb are calling, I think it would go, oh, like, that's what they're calling it. This is new. This doesn't have an established name. That's just what people are deciding to call it. Because saying as they call it, especially because it initially had that typo, or that I don't know if typo is the right word, but that issue of it was in past tense, it seems like I said, oh, this seems like, oh yeah, it's an established thing, it has a name, as opposed to, yeah, that's what they decided to call it, that's what they are calling it, you know what I mean? And then we're never really told who or what the reds and yellows are. I assume they are also like red coats and yellow coats, but we don't know who they are, what they do, and it's really not important to the story. And so it kind of ends up feeling like this extraneous, a bit confusing sentence. And unfortunately does add to this feeling of, and I think that you actually meant the sentence to have the vibe of like, everybody has different names for it because it's new. But it actually had the opposite effect on me, that it was like, yeah, it's well established. It's so well established that everybody has like their own names, you know, for it, and stuff like that. And maybe that's on me. But I do think that, let's see, did I write down a whole thing? Dubbed. I meant to say dubbed. Let's see. Oh yeah, so you could also phrase it as this condition they dubbed Briggs syndrome. That would be even more clear. I don't know if it would be too obvious, but that would be another way to do it. Like I said, I do think are calling it alone would be enough. But I don't think that talking about the reds and yellows is necessary. They don't ever come up again. We're just kind of left wondering what they are. And so I think just saying, you know, I lost my eyes to Briggs syndrome, as the Bluecoats are calling it, I think would be perfect for that. And then I love the chipper senior comms officer Briggs. Very, very cute. I like that, he takes the box label lucid. That seems like a good sign. Like, it's almost this element of like, I don't really know what that means, or like, like, it seems like a good sign. And if, he had more of his human faculties, he probably would be like, yeah, that's a good sign. And so he's like, I guess that's good. Kind of shows you, where his brain's at, which is fun. This is probably my other favorite line of the story, which is for the same reason as my previous one about the delicious thing, is that the doctor is asking, how are your fingers? And, if his nails have become cables, we're thinking, in just like our normal human terms, we'd be like, oh, like, maybe that would suck. And so we would think that he's going to answer like, oh yeah, like the condition has taken them, doc. But he's like, oh, they're wonderful. Because that's what he would think of them. Like especially because the condition has taken over his brain and made him, into it, or because he just likes it. He's just into it. Even as a human, still having his human faculties. But like I said, like that's so in perspective that instead of thinking of like, how would we think of this? We would think that it sucks. And so we'd say that. It's like, but he doesn't. He thinks it's great. And so his answer to the question of how are your fingers isn't going to be, oh yeah, the disease, man. It's going to be, I love it. It's great. Which I think is so fantastic. And I think the cadence of this works really well. Like, okay, how are your fingers? Wonderful, sir. And then he explains, like, the horror of what's happened to them. I think that's great. And then it's neat because he's like, I've patched into cameras all around the ship to keep tabs on everyone. That's a pretty horrifying statement. That's like, oh, you're keeping tabs on everyone? I'm not sure I like that. And then the next sentence is like, I'm still a comms officer. That very, like, bright, chipper, nothing's wrong, like, I'm just doing my job kind of thing. I really like that line in perspective as well. And then I like this idea of he's using the cameras to watch the tech pad that he's trying to hide it from him, but he can't because he's in the cameras. And then I really like this as well, that he's like, still a human, ? So that kind of gives us some info of, okay, like, maybe aside from the missing eyes and the cable fingers, maybe he looks pretty human. But it's a question. There's a question mark at the end of the statement. It's not just like, oh yeah, he's still human. It's like, there's enough there to, like, think he's still human, but there's a question mark there. And then that's already great by itself, but then adding, like, our POV character's reaction to that and him going, I don't like that question mark. It's also really interesting because, as I've been saying, that his...
Oh, do you want out? You good? You good, Bo?
But, like, the things that he's been saying have been seeming like he's losing his humanity, right? That we as normal humans would be like, the oil and copper, we would not describe that as delicious. But he does, and it's kind of interesting, this idea of he still wants to be seen as human, or he still sees himself as human, even though the machines are delicious and he has cable fingers and stuff like that. And that kind of goes along with that, like, unreliable narrator thing that we've been talking about of he isn't seeing reality in the way that other people would, and that's so cool. Well, not cool for him, but cool for the story. Yeah, so the cursed fiend thing, I have some thoughts on that. And so the first thought on that is that it's a bit of a fantasy word. And I saw this story as... So, I'm going to be honest, I thought this story was a train for a very long time. And I think it's quite simply that I ended up, like, seeing the word engine, or, like, cramped engine, and for some reason I went, he's on a train. He's on, like, a steampunk train with cameras on it. That's neat. And I'm pretty sure it's a spaceship. I don't know why my brain latched on to the idea of this is a train. But I assume that the other interpretation, that this is a spaceship, is the correct one. But either way, either if it's steampunk or if it's cyberpunk or if it's sci-fi, no matter which one, none of those really fit with the word curse fiend. Both the word curse and the word fiend are much more fantasy words. And so that word feels like it sticks out as not really fitting inside the story. And then the other thing I have to say about that word is that it's one of the things that contributed to the idea of he doesn't feel like patient zero, or I didn't get the impression he was patient zero. I got the impression that this was an established illness, because they're like, hey, you're a curse fiend. This is an established thing. There are lots of curse fiends. You happen to be one of them. Not, you are the only one, or you are the only one with this condition. And if it's a distinction of, there's lots of curse fiends, but he's the only one with this condition, that's not established well enough, and so I just get the impression of, yeah, he's somebody with an illness that they know exists, kind of thing. I'm also curious, this isn't that big a deal, but there's definitely a question with the AI's declared you a magnitude 3 threat. What AI? Is it the ship's AI? Is it an AI in the tech pad? Is it, just are there AI overlords in this world? And it's like, the AI has determined, that kind of thing. Is it like Cortana? Like what kind of AI are we talking about? And so, depending on what it is, I feel like, adding a little descriptor of the ship's AI or something like that would be helpful. And then, again, I think his response is cute. Well, that's no good. Do you agree? I think that's great. And then I do think it's interesting how Dr. Rast is like, oh, is patient 0? I'd rather research your functions. But he selects extermination order. And so I'm curious if that's a straight up lie, that he is like, no, I want you dead. Or if he genuinely is like, yeah, I would rather research your functions, but the higher ups have determined it's time to die. So you're going to die. Sorry, bud. That kind of thing. So we don't need to know the answer for it to work in the story, but it is something that I'm very curious about. And then it is really interesting how things go into a twist, that things twist at the end here, that he seems all chipper, he doesn't seem dangerous, and like when it's saying like, oh, you're a magnitude 3 threat, at least for me as a reader, I'm like, oh, but he's just a sweet little guy. he's just a nice little guy who has cables for fingers. And then at the end it's like, maybe not. Maybe I was wrong about that. I'm also curious if we have a deeper level of an unreliable narrator. Because earlier he describes the room and he's like, yeah, there's a table and a chair. But if it's cocooned in wires, then either like the wires are not visible for one reason or another, or they're everywhere. Like, it is a nest of wires, and it's horrifying. And he's just like, oh, there's a table and chairs. And I'm curious what your intention was with that, if you were wanting it to be that he's an unreliable narrator, and in what sense? Did you want it to just be, he knows that it's there, he can see him, but he's not telling the reader that? Or if it's like, he doesn't even really see the wires, he just sees the table and chairs, or, what's going on. But it's a neat little twist to, that, like, things get horrifying real quickly, and, like, yeah, you realize, yep, the little nuggets, like the tapping into the cameras and stuff, you're right to be worried about those things, because he is dangerous, and they're also right to label him as a threat and want to exterminate him because he is a threat. Though, granted, it didn't seem like he was going to kill them if they didn't try to kill him first, so... But he did create the cocoon of wires and stuff, so... I don't know. I mean, maybe he saw the conversation with the AI because he can tap into the cameras, kind of thing. Oh yeah, that was going to be another question, is why did they pick the engine for someone they presumably know is turning into a machine, unless they don't know that he's turning into a machine? Surely there's another room they could stick him in place of quarantine that isn't the engine, that doesn't give him as good of an access to tap into things, but I could be wrong. I did add that content warning because I do think that this is a little too violent to go without one, so that's just why I added that. And I do really like the ending too. Again, it continues with that chipper attitude as before, yet now it seems much more sinister, that it seems like it's hiding dark secrets beneath. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, I will quick say that the story did have some technical issues, and I wasn't sure if that was enough to warrant a text format issue tag. But as I put in my notes, this section and this section, they were they were like this, and that is improper formatting. It seemed like it was just a mistake, so, I really enjoyed the story. I felt like it gave lots to discuss on the stream, so I let it go through. But FYI, make sure that the paragraphs do have that space between them each. And then you also had the I don't even know what to call it, but basically, let's do it. Can I find it easily? Yeah. Basically like that. But because I needed to do like extra work to go make them into courier, I just kept them as is because I think it was clear enough. But FYI, that is kind of the thing with those special Discord formatting things, is that if they don't copy over onto the stream, then they might not copy over. Then they might not be in the stream version of the story, if that makes sense. So not necessarily a huge problem to include those things, especially if you're like, oh, I don't really care if they copy over to this stream, I just want to do this on Discord. Yeah, that's fine. But just a little FYI that if it copies over, it'll get copied over, but if you use those things, know that they might not show up on the stream, if that makes sense. Let's see what folks have been saying. Class 1 nanobot infection. That would be interesting if that was the intention. Eddie says, personally, I would have preferred we lost the actual quarantine bays at some point, as it would keep the vibe of something went wrong twice while playing into the character's actual interference to the lack of said bays. Oh, is that what it was meant to be? It was meant to be that Briggs made the bays go away? Interesting. I do think saying at some point instead of to an anomaly would be helpful. Because, yeah, I definitely, if that was the intent of the words to an anomaly, then I was just thinking like, okay, some weird magical or sci-fi stuff went down. And it's never explained. But yeah, saying, we lost him at some point might even be a better clue of like, I had nothing to do with that. You even could, I'm not sure off the top of my head what you could do to do that, but I'm sure you could put a little bit of a clue there that, it was his fault in that case. I guess you could even say, if you had the words like, we lost the quarantine base at some point. I had nothing to do with that, I assure you. And we're like, starting to think you had something to do with that, bud.
Is that a meow? Oh, kitty. You are cute. Yes, you are. Are you getting into my chair? Yes, you are. Here, I'll show her to you. There's the fluffer. There's the fluffy little cuter. Yes, you are. Decoy says, that totally makes sense and works way better with Eddie's comment. Very fair. I may not be getting much writing done, but hopefully I at least still got it when it comes to critiquing. Nice. Eddie, I still have all my vocal cords. Also gained a few more to boot. Yeah, that would totally work. Small critique there, it's vocal cords. Oh, not cords. They're without the H, because they're literally fleshy cords that vibrate in your throat. Interesting. I didn't even realize that. Decoy says, I knew the tech pad phrasing was off. Much better. Gotcha. Critiques are good. Glad to hear they're helpful. Much better. Losing phrasing. I have Briggs syndrome. It was named after me. Yeah, I don't know if that's too obvious in your mind, but you totally could do that. Eddie says, I honestly kind of like the phrasing being off here and there. It plays into the character not being as human as they're trying to make us believe. I guess, yeah, there's a balance you have to strike there. Because you definitely, that is a great idea of, having it be off on purpose to make him seem less human. But you also want it to not seem like a mistake or a typo or just the author phrased it wrong. You want it to seem like the character phrased it wrong.
Um, Riggs is meant to feel like a little inhuman in their perspective, for sure. And the reds and yellows have other names. It's originally my only nod to others calling it curse. Gotcha. That makes sense. I do think that just saying like the blue coats call it that, I think is fair enough. I think that fits the prompt enough, but I can see why you'd want it to feel like more people are calling it a curse. Reminds me of the pyro video. Yeah, for sure you should go watch that because it does have some similar vibes. I got USB fingertips now, sir. It's awesome. Exactly. I don't know what you're referring to when you say I feel like those are entirely opposite vibes. Does this character have more organic viruses in them or more digital ones from interfacing through those cables? Yeah. Decoy, loads of both, I'm sure. Battling it out. Nice. Train is great. Originally I had a bit more spaceship things in it, but I kind of love the train idea. Nice. Snowpiercer, but with techno-organic diseases. Exactly. I guess, yeah, the lost to the quarantine base might have been part of it as well, that I'm thinking they're, like, in this very contained space, and they, like, lost the car that had the quarantine bays. But, using the word quarantine bays is admittedly a spaceship word. Decoy says, Curse Fiend is definitely a fantasy term. I may be lightly pilfering Warhammer 40k vibes for including a ship's chaplain and fiends in the setting. Gotcha. It's a lie of sorts. Rast was willing to learn about Briggs via autopsy. Gotcha. Well, does that cover functions, though? Because I feel like functions is specifically a living thing, isn't it? And so it's like, I'll research you, but not while you're functioning, kind of thing. But I do like that it's like, yeah, I'd like to research you, but I don't care if you're dead or alive. Decoy says, Briggs is certainly unreliable. As for the wires, it was intended that they were running through the floor and ceiling and walls in the spaces behind the paneling. Gotcha. But I think it also fits a reading of them being visible. Gotcha. And thank you for the formatting, FYIs. Yeah, they don't need to be copied over, but I'll keep that in mind. Fair. We lost the quarantine base at some point. Yeah, that would be perfect. That would work very well. The reason for the engine deck was that it's the furthest away from the crew's quarters. Gotcha. If you had the words, that would be a great little thing to add, I'm being kept in a cramped engine deck bulkhead. They said it was the furthest from the crew quarters, or just, it was the furthest from the crew quarters, because that would have made us go, why does he need to be kept away from the crew quarters, I wonder? But I understand not having the words. Yeah, this only makes me want to try and get back into writing horror stories again. I hate how the insomnia has been screwing my productivity up. Very fair. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but isn't when you're awake at night a great time to write? That don't just sit there and lay in bed. Go write something. The CW makes sense too. Slowly learning the lines. That's fair. Let's see if there's a way I could explain it better. I guess it's more the specificity of it, like traveling up their femoral arteries and like shredding them from the inside. The inside is a lot more violent from just like, I don't know, my wires wrap around them, or, well, if it killed them, that might be violent. But if it was just, they're tied up, or, I slash through them with a sharp wire or something like that. The specificity of like the image it brings to mind, I think, is a lot more icky squishy, icky gross than something more broad. Nice. And he says, my brain is way too anxious and sleepy to write anything when it's 4 a.m. and I'm trying to get back to sleep from having woken up after sleeping for only about 3 hours total. Oh man, I know that feeling. That is such a sucky feeling. But I mean, again, maybe I'm just misunderstanding, but that is kind of the point, is that, sometimes it's better, like, instead of laying in bed and making yourself more anxious, because I like, sit there and I'm like, you know, okay, if I go to sleep now, I will have 2 hours of sleep. Okay, if I go to sleep now, I'll have an hour and a half of sleep. You know, that kind of thing, but it makes it harder to sleep. Whereas maybe if you took 30 minutes to do something else, then it actually would help you relax and calm down better. At least that's how it's been for me. Deco says, many thanks for the feedback. It's all super useful. It's good to have a bunch of critiques to think on. I am glad to hear that. Let us go on to Boople's story. If you're here, Boople, don't hesitate to ask any questions you might have on your story. I will note, I was going to practice this voice. I was going to, like, try and find clips of Pirates of the Caribbean and, like, try to see if I could replicate that. But I ran out of time, as we could see about me being very late today. So I wasn't able to do that. So I apologize if my voice for this one's a little lackluster, but I will try my best with, you know, the no recording of myself. Eddie says, I take sleeping meds, though, so usually what happens is the effect of them ends up going away earlier than it should, making me wake up too early, and the other is still up and leaving me groggy as all hell. Gotcha. That is fair and does not sound fun, for sure. I need a pirate voice check. Ralph Ineson voicing the real pirate Charles Vane in the game Assassin's Creed for Black Flag. Ooh, interesting. If only I had known ahead of time, or I had, you know, remembered to do it while I had time.
What are you doing, kitty? What are you thinking about? Are you gonna stay there? Are you gonna be good?
She might rub on the camera or not the camera, the mic in the story. Alright. On Scornful Seas. It was an exceptionally moody night, I recall. The moon found itself buried under a sea of cloud that looked wilder than the crashing waves behind me. As I opened the door to the port's bar, the wind deemed me too slow and flung it open for me, ruining what I had hoped would be a calm entrance. I sat myself in my usual seat. Across from me, however, was unusual company. The thing I was supposed to meet up with already had an empty glass with it when I sat down. She's lively tonight, ain't she? It spoke with all the grace and competency as the barnacles littered across its face. Indeed, David, and as I'm sure you are aware, this is the problem at hand. Aye. Its voice drifted with its attention towards the next full bottle of rum that had been hauled towards the table. Without turning to face me, it resumed. Aye, for you, perhaps. Not for me. Not for pirates, I imagine, either. I summoned you here for certainties, not idle thought. The royal fleet needs safe passage, and this curse is preventing that. There's no curse, boy. Excuse me? Aye. It swiftly emptied the glass it had just poured for itself, and while talking started pouring out another. No curse. She's just out for revenge. The sea? Aye. I was still for a moment before I spoke again. Suppose this is true. What could the sea want with His Majesty's fleet? What could we have done to earn such scorn? Before David could say his own thoughts, he froze. Gently putting the booze down, it almost looked human again, as it composed itself to listen outside. After a moment of translation, it again spoke, still through rotted teeth. Her heart, boy. You lot stole away her heart. Apparently, the confusion was obvious.
that pretty new gem on your majesty's crown. She's angry. He claims it is his. And since we both know he won't return what he stole, nothing to do now but wait.
For how long?
Who knows? I'm still being taught my lesson.
Throw up those moths and monsters to cheer for this story if you loved it. Alrighty. Doesn't seem like Boople is here to ask more questions, but I did copy over his little note. Might not have been something he intended me to do that with, but he said, I like this one a lot more than my attempt last week and wanted to do parody stuff because it was wanted, and boom, I have introduced Davy Jones, who speaks for the seas. I made him essentially the wet Lorax, though I hope that was clear enough. Also, a little detail I couldn't fit in. The POV character's name is Isaac. I hope you enjoyed reading the story as much as I did making it. I did, or, well, I don't know how much you enjoyed making it, so I can't say I enjoyed reading it as much, but I certainly enjoyed reading it, and I am very happy that you took up my my apparently extra challenge of writing piratey stuff. That was so fun. Love that. Let's just get into it. I really love the first paragraph that sets the scene. I really like this image of the moon found itself buried under a sea of cloud. That using sea imagery for the sky is so cool. Really, really love that. And then, like, that almost being wilder is really interesting. And it establishes, like, the waves are crashing, the sea is wild behind him. And then, you know, I love the personification of the wind, that it deemed me too slow and flung it open for me, ruining what I hoped would be a calm entrance. And I just love this image of, like, him walking up the path, and he's like, yes, I'm going to be like the proper man of the Navy, and I'm going to open the door and just go in subtly. And then the wind's like, here you go, door's open for you. And he's now walking in like a, I don't know, would the word be like, well, I guess just like a cowboy in a saloon, you know, throwing the door open. He's like, sorry, just gotta shimmy on down to my drinking buddy, Davy Jones. But yeah, so I think this is a great scene setting and establishes the curse before we even know that it's a curse, which I think is very cool. And then what was I gonna say? I guess, like, I'm a little bit torn about the next part. Like, I do like it, but at the same time, it feels like he's there to meet this person, but he's also, like, seems a little bit surprised by this person's presence, because saying, like, I set myself in my usual seat. Across from me, however, was unusual company. Kind of seems like this person just sat down and he was like, I've never seen you before in my life. Who are you? And then the next line is, I was supposed to meet up with, you know, this person. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nitpicky in that. But regardless, I do like the establishment that it's like, this is unusual. This is almost a thing, you know, rather than a person. And also establishes, like, this POV character might be especially judgy. You know, I think that's really interesting. And then I like, you know, the going into, you know, she's lively tonight. We're establishing immediately, like, all right, who's the other character in the story? It's the sea, and that's going to be a big point of the story. And at first, it almost seems like just commenting on the weather, but actually, that's the point. I think that's very cool. I'm curious if there was something missing from this sentence. It felt like it was meant to be, it spoke with all the grace and competency as the barnacles littered across its face would allow. Feels like it would sound more natural. Nonetheless, I do really like this establishment of, okay, what's going on with this character? Why do they look weird? Why do they seem like a thing? And so that's a great way to establish it without having to spend like a whole paragraph on, well, here's what he looks like. And instead just saying, yeah, there's barnacles all over him and he can barely talk through it. I think that's fun. And then it is interesting that he calls him David, that he uses this, like, proper name. Again, seems to establish Isaac's perspective and how he's, you know, this proper man of the Royal Navy. And then I like that it's like, it's your problem. It's not my problem. And it's also not the pirates' problem. That's fun. And then I also really like their response of, I summoned you here for certainties, not idle thought. Like, enough chit-chat kind of thing. Again, establishes his character really well. And establishes what's going on. We get to the prompt and the point of the story being stated clearly. I think that is great. And I love this little, I love the switch and the use of the prompt of, like, no curse. I think that's very cool. We'll come back to that, but I do really like that idea, and it's a very intriguing and a really great way to use the prompt. And then, you know, the rum drinking is some good scene setting. I can really imagine that. I guess the question did come up immediately afterwards. So a question I did have with this story is, he's like, there's no curse. She's just out for revenge. And part of me goes, well, isn't that still a curse? At least when referring to the sea. Like, if the sea's out for revenge, like, it kind of functions the same as a curse. And so what makes, her being out for revenge not a curse? I mean, I guess it kind of goes back to what I was saying with Koryan's story, that what is a curse? I think it's generally defined as the intent to do harm. And often that comes with, like, a spell of some sort, but in its general sense, it's just, I am wishing harm upon you. And so being out for revenge is a curse, in a way. And so, in a way, it feels a little odd to have that cool distinction of it's not a curse, and then basically say, but it is a curse. At the same time, though, if this was actually a person and not the sea, would we say that? If your girlfriend, like, if you say, like, stole something from your girlfriend or your ex-girlfriend, I guess they would be at this point, and then she keyed your car, you wouldn't call the car keying a curse. And so maybe that does work. Maybe that does have a distinction, but I don't know. I'm a little torn on that. And then I like that, you know, even though he's been referring to her as her the whole time, he still, like, needs to ask for clarification and stuff like that. And I think that's fun. That, like, and it shows that Davy is a lot more in tune with the sea than the Royal Navy is, that he's been talking about it this whole time, and Isaac doesn't fully get it still. And then I like this phrasing of, you stole away her heart. I think that's very neat. And then, you know, I like the idea of, you know, you took this gem and put it in your Majesty's crown, and we both know he's not going to give it back, so you just gotta wait. I do have a similar issue of the curse thing here, similar but different, which is the sense that would a gem be the sea's heart? It feels like the sea wouldn't care about one little gem. It feels like that would work better as something bigger than a gem. But then again, like, I don't know exactly what it would be. And I do like this idea of, like, yeah, you stole something that was important to the sea and you're not gonna give it back, so you have to suffer. Oop, there's an ad break. I will wait.
Oh, hi. Would you like to come into the camera? Kitty.
There's a kitty on the floor, but I don't know if you can see him. I guess you can see his little face back there. elbow. And you too, Bella.
Nobody can see you. But nobody can see you.
No, that might worse. Clearly the ad break is Poseidon's curse. Nice. All right. Yeah, and like, so, and then I really like the ending, and it's really interesting because the ending really sets up the stakes, and it's very fascinating to have the end of a story set up the stakes and have that work, but it really does, that,
Oh, kitty.
that we're like, oh yeah, like this sucks, but oh, we can wait it out. And then he's like, I'm still being taught my lesson, and presumably he's been around for a long time and he's got barnacles all over his face, and so it's like, hello, king, please give the gem back. We need it back now. And so I think that's really cool. Like, I guess like it sets up the stakes, but it's also kind of a beat drop where like we're here on this level and we're on this level. And I think that's neat. Very much enjoy that. Oh yes. Okay. So thank you past me for commenting. Can't believe I almost forgot about this. So I would say that my biggest like hang up with the story is that he calls David it the whole time. I understand that he thinks David as a thing. He doesn't really view him as human, but at the same time, he calls him David. He's sitting in a bar drinking with him. He's drinking his rum. Like, he seems human enough. Even with, like, the barnacles, even with him looking weird, he doesn't seem like an it. And so, it reads as very odd. And there is a time down here where it says, before David could say his own thoughts, he froze. It's hard to tell if this was a mistake or intentional, but it might have been intentional because the next line is, gently putting the booze down, it almost looked human again as it composed itself to listen outside. But if that was intentional, I feel like it would work better to say, before David could say its own thoughts, it froze. Gently putting his booze down, he almost looked human again as he composed himself to listen outside. After a moment of translation, it again spoke, still through rotted teeth. So in the sentence where he seems human again, he's referred to as he instead of the sentence before it. But that could have been intentional. That like this is where he seemed human, and so he's referred to as he here. But yeah, like I think it would work better as it in a different setting. Like if they were sitting on the beach and he sludges out of the water and comes and plops down next to him, then that would seem much more like an it. But the fact that they went into a bar, they're drinking together, he's drinking like a normal human, they're talking like normal humans, nobody in the bar is mentioned to even notice them, that it seems like, and because his name is David and stuff like that, very human name, then it seems like he should still refer to him as he. But yeah. I don't think I see... Yeah, I don't see any other comments. So if you guys have any more comments, you can feel free to say them, and I'll come back to them as I pull up the prompt for next week. Thank you for everyone who submitted these stories. Were lovely. Get out those drum-rolling mothies. It's time to announce the prompt for next week. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Okay. Because it's only now occurring to me that Davy is like a cute young nickname for David. Nice. Alrighty. In third place, well... I would have to calculate with the other ones. But in third place on this vote, with 12 votes, we have a tie between There's That Word Again and You Call That Collateral Damage. Great prompts, but not our winner. In second place, with 13 votes, is In Storm's Shadow. I think you got more votes than last time, and like I said, I do think that's a great prompt as well. But our winner, with 14 votes, is Jellyfish in a Bag. Before I talk about it, let me head over to the supporter chat and show you. Okay, not that much to scroll through. But here's the supporter chat. So, in third place is There's That Word Again, In Storm's Shadow, and Give Me the Thing. In second place is Only a Shadow, and You Call That Collateral Damage. Then in first place is Jellyfish in a Bag and A Humble Wish. But these are 4 votes each, and they're added to the actual vote, and so and so it makes 18 and 14, so Jellyfish still wins. So, yay! Yay, Jellyfish! I'm so excited. So, if you don't know, this is the prompt that I keep submitting, that I've been wanting to win for a long time. Or not a long time, but for a few weeks. And I actually wasn't going to submit it this week, and I said as much in the last stream. That I was like, it keeps getting third. It doesn't feel like enough people want this to win to keep submitting it as my transformed prompt. And so I was like, I don't think I'm going to. But I couldn't think of something I wanted more this particular week. And so I was like, I don't have anything better. I'll just submit it again, not thinking anything would happen. And then it happened. And so I'm super glad that I submitted it this week now. That's so fun that finally it has won, even though there have been other prompts that have been waiting for their day in the sun longer. This feels like such a victory. So thank you guys so much for voting for it. I'm so happy that we will get to have Jellyfish in a Bag. So also, if you don't know, where this prompt comes from is kind of an internal meme in the archive, and I'll maybe try to cut that section, or at least post the link to the stream and the timestamp of it, so that you guys can go back and watch that and know what the deal is there. But basically, and Wolf can rehash it if he wants to, Wolf told us a story randomly, unprompted, where he was walking down the beach and there was a drunk man with a jellyfish in a bag. And the more I asked questions about this story, the weirder it became. He was like, yeah, I have this jellyfish in a bag. I need it for my daughters. They need it to keep them cool. And he's just rambling nonsense. We don't even know why he's saying that. And it was I think he said it was like a cannonball jelly. So it was like a big jellyfish in this bag. And I was just so confused. And so people really, nice reverb. Oh, did my drum roll go back into the mic? So yeah, it was a wacky time. Everyone who was there, I think, was thinking that was really fun, and we were like, that could be a prompt. And so I was like, I'll submit it for my guaranteed prompt and see if people like it. And finally, people liked it enough to vote for it. So you're probably wondering, what can I do with this prompt? Well, there are a few things that you can do with this prompt. You can do a story like the original. You can just have some weird drunk man carrying a jellyfish in a bag down the beach. So it doesn't have to be more than that. It can just be the weird ramblings of a weird person, and that's all. You can, try and figure out what in my universe would would cause a jellyfish to be put into a bag. Hold on. How would this situation come up in my universe? Or you could try and write a one-off that is just about, a jellyfish in a bag. You could, make the jellyfish sentient. You could write from the jellyfish's perspective. You could write from the bag's perspective. You could write from the man's perspective. You can write from an observer's perspective. Really, whoever you want in this situation. It could be, I think we were talking, because, synthesis of flesh and metal came up. I think we were talking about, you could have a robot jellyfish, and I think for Shattered Reality we were saying maybe the jellyfish's tank is their reality that was shattered, that kind of thing. So you can think about those sorts of things with this prompt. But you also, and you could... the luminous jellyfish lanterns are used by merfolk in my stories to light dark places. Oh, that's great. I love that. Yeah, so, carrying the jellyfish and the lantern around. So, yeah, you can do it instead of it being above the sea, the jellyfish in the bag. It can be, they're still in a bag somehow, but they're under the sea. That could totally work. You could carry on the mermaid, and yeah, you could totally carry on the mermaid and pirate trend. Maybe the jellyfish in the bag is the jar of dirt in this world. Why would a pirate have a jellyfish in a bag? Maybe the jellyfish is this super rare ingredient for this potion, and they're trying to keep it safe and alive so they can put it into the potion eventually. I guess that can be a question as well. Is the jellyfish alive or dead in the bag? Is the jellyfish sentient, or just a jellyfish and that's all? You also could use this prompt metaphorically. Like a jellyfish in a bag, I could see being likened to lightning in a bottle because, they sting, and you could call that sting, you could liken that to lightning. And so you were trying to bottle something, you were trying to put something that is very dangerous into a bag. And that could also that could be another literal way to take it, actually, that you could pick a particularly dangerous jellyfish and talk about what that would be like. But yeah, so you could use it as a metaphor for something dangerous being contained, like lightning in a bottle. Or what are other qualities to jellyfish that you might use in a metaphorical way? Maybe you want to use the gelatinous nature of a jellyfish in a bag. I don't know exactly how you could use that symbolically, but that's another aspect of them you could tap into. I guess you could use it. This would be funny, but how people will say you're just jelly, you're just jealous. Maybe you could do something like that, put your jealousy in a bag, put the internal jellyfish in a bag. That would be fun. It's a threat. What are you gonna do with that? Don't you worry about it yet. Mm-hmm. It also reminds me of, I've been watching Resident Alien, and in Resident Alien, there's an octopus in this restaurant who can talk and talks to our alien main character. And it's so funny because there's we see it a couple times, and I'm like, you need to free him, man. He's gonna get eaten. And finally he does. And if I were writing this scene, I would be thinking about all the logistics of this and be okay, how does he get the octopus out of the tank? What is his carrying method for the octopus? How does he get it out without being seen or causing a scene? Or does he simply cause a scene? None of that happens. It just cuts to him carrying the jellyfish, or not the jellyfish, the octopus. No bag, no tank, just carrying it, running down the street. And I'm like, you know what? Sometimes I overthink things too much, because that works. That does what it needs to do. So you could do that kind of thing. I guess, come to think of it, you could do that sort of thing where maybe somebody's just holding the jellyfish and they're like, you want to put that jellyfish in a bag or something? Nah, fine. You know, that kind of thing. Jelly napping from the aquarium. Yeah, you could totally do that. You could write about a heist of somebody who wants to free the jellyfish. Maybe they are like an alien from...
Kitty, what are you doing?
Maybe they're an alien that has some sort of jellyfish form. Maybe they're like a Hanar. And they're like, they see a jellyfish in a human zoo and they're like, we gotta save it. And like, I guess you could do that on the beach too. Maybe they see a jellyfish on the beach and they're like, we gotta bag it up and bring it back to the ocean. Kind of thing.
Kitty.
And like, talking of aliens and stuff, maybe it's just something that looks like a jellyfish. Like, it's not so much that it's symbolically a jellyfish. It's more just, it's like a tentacly creature that looks like vaguely jellyfish-like. That would work as well. I don't know enough about Metroids to comment, but maybe they look like jellyfish. Iris says, I've been playing with the idea of a smuggler trying to get through customs, and he's smuggling a sapient jellyfish and gets used by gelheads who turn the jellyfish into a drug to snort. That is awesome, Arith. Go for that. That is fantastic. Yes, I love this idea. Jellyfish being sapient is important because the chemical used for the drug is only created by the sapient creature feeling pain and fear as it's dying. Wow, that's horrifying.
Meow.
It's a sapient alien jellyfish organism from ice gel moons. Nice. That's great. Yeah, so that's another question. Is the character trying to save the jellyfish, or are they explicitly trying to not save the jellyfish? Is the jellyfish sapient or sentient, or is it not?
Hi, kitty.
Oh, that's a cute little gift. Okay, what's... Oh, there's so many gifts. I love it. Reginald Reigns, says Wolf. Amazing. I'm very excited to meet Reginald. Eddie, all I can say is, what in Hades' name am I writing for this thing? Amazing. I love how you've been away from the group for a while, and now that it's jellyfish time, you're like, I am writing for it. No idea what I'm writing, but I'm writing for this one. More merfolk, totally. Oh yeah, it says I haven't even properly introduced Poseidon yet. Well, maybe he's the jellyfish in the bag. Maybe he has a jellyfish in a bag. Maybe he could be... You could interpret the original jellyfish in a bag story, but with Poseidon. That Poseidon is holding a jellyfish in a bag, drunkenly going down the street, and he's like, I need it for my daughters, you know? That would be funny. Oh, jellyfish are popular displays at museums. Interesting. I'm surprised I haven't really seen this. Do you mean live ones or like dead ones? Or both. But that's interesting. Portuguese man-of-wars are named after the actual Portuguese warship because supposedly they resemble a caravel or man-of-war with sails out. Ooh, that's interesting. They're a bioluminescent jellyfish that we've extracted fluorescent proteins from. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Jellyfish are a delicacy from East Asian cuisine. Yeah, so you could totally use any of these that somebody's trying to get the fluorescent proteins. They want to eat them. You know, they want them for a museum. You're probably wondering, what can I do with this prompt? Looks at my own previous message. No idea what makes you think that would be in my mind. Amazing. I feel like you can maybe get away with writing a story that has the same sort of vibes as Wolf's story. What do you mean? Is this the Reginald thing? Oh, interesting. Jellyfish are also formed for collagen to treat rheumatoid arthritis. Interesting. You know, I wasn't thinking about this when I read Death's story, but also like the example I was using earlier of the upside down jellyfish that like Coyote put his feet into the tank, that it could be that kind of thing, that like, yeah, I have the jellyfish, so I want him to sting me. Jellyfish sometimes make fishing difficult by filling and splitting fishing nets and crushing fish. Interesting. Wow. How do you know a jellyfish is dead? True, sometimes it might be hard. Jellyfish are extremely fragile, but also extremely pain-inducing. Yeah, so I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but those are some great ways to potentially use this symbolically. So there's something, you could use the word jellyfish symbolically as something that's fragile, but also can cause immense pain, for sure. You can treat jellyfish stings with hydrocortisone and histamine. That's interesting. Now I wonder if a jellyfish in a bag is the SeaWorld's version of a Molotov cocktail. That's great. I think we did talk about that at one point, didn't we? That, like, the jellyfish is the line of defense. It's like, stay back. I've got a jellyfish. Jellyfish is flat. That's the best answer I've got as to how you can tell. Amazing. Oh, man. Some recipes along the lines of in search of peanut butter fish. What is that? Oh, wow. Eddie, I put a picture of a Metroid. It totally looks like a jellyfish. Nihilego from Pokemon is a terrifying jellyfish creature. Also tentacruel. Interesting. We've got lots of gifts. Very cool. Oh, look at the little Metroid. Jellyfish beatdown. The jellyfish is doing the beatdown, not being beat down. Although there's a fun idea. Jellyfish merge with a blobfish. Yeah. Because Wolf was talking about, like, taking them out of the sea, you know, does things to them that makes them go all flat. And that's a lot like what happens with blobfish. They don't actually look like that. That's their distorted corpses that we're seeing above the ground. Not above the ground, above the sea. Let's see. A story could be told from the customs officers trying to save the jellyfish alien. Oh, yeah. Well, I feel like, I guess this is my special challenge for you, Arith. Why don't you write both? Why don't you write both from the perspective of the smuggler, you know, wanting to turn the jellyfish into drugs, and another one from the customs officers trying to save it? That could be fun. Getting high from the sting. Are you talking about with Arith's idea or just in general? But yeah, that could be an interesting idea of, like, what uses could a jellyfish have, you know? And I guess we were already talking about, like, the bioluminescence, I think someone talked about medicine and stuff like that. But yeah, so lots of different things. I'm also curious for challenges this week. I think I said before that there's a challenge that I've had in the back burner. I'm curious if you guys would like it for this week or better to save it for another week, which is the question of write in a genre that you don't usually write in, but use your characters. So essentially write an AU about your own story in a different universe. And that might make it easier to do this prompt, but at the same time, maybe that's not the point of a challenge. A challenge isn't usually meant to make things easier. And so in that case, like, maybe the challenge should be the opposite. Maybe the challenge should be use your characters, don't write a one-off, and see what happens in your universe. Yeah, if you like either of those, or if you have other challenge ideas, let me know. Make your characters jellyfish. Write an AU where your characters are jellyfish. AU's mentioned? Epic. Nice. Glad you like that. In general, but inspired by Arith and why one might have a jellyfish in a bag. Very true. Challenge, play it straight, as serious as possible. Yeah, that would be a challenge, for sure. Make the silly prompt serious. But yes, I'm super excited. Thank you guys so much for voting for it. I'm really happy that this prompt gets to have its day in the sun. Really excited to see where you guys go with it. Oh yeah, I guess I don't think I'd make this a challenge because I already asked you guys about it and you weren't really a fan of it being a challenge. But just in general, something you could do is if you're struggling with this prompt, you could go up to, but you have an idea for it for somebody else's universe, you could go up to them and be like, hey, could I write about your universe for this prompt? And that could be a way to write about it if you're stumped for your own. I will take up your direct challenge, Auntie. Yay, I look forward to seeing what you do with it. Let's see. Eddie, assuming I do write for this, I am not touching the challenges because making this prompt fit is challenge enough for me. That is fair. That's very fair. All right. But yes, thank you so much for voting for it. If you were not read here today on the stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. So those happen in the writing group chat, in the writing group voice chat, and in the backup queue. So just make sure that you follow the setup set here by the other folks in the backup queue when you submit it, and it's first come first serve, so just feel free to submit whenever. And you can read it yourself, you can request somebody else read it, you can submit your story and read it, you can have somebody else read it, or you can just not submit anything and lurk. Whatever is fine. There's a lot more back and forth discussion in the voice chat. It is a great time. So definitely worth joining if you were not read this week. Join us or else the jellyfish will get you. I love that Eddie said the jellyfish will get you and Ghoulish said the jellyfish gets it. That is the dichotomy of this prompt. Holds gun to the back and gets you in the process. Nice. All right. So yes, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream, and I hope you guys enjoy this prompt. But looking forward to see what happens this week. Who do you guys want me to raid? Who's live? What's going on today? Like Atla, what in Avatar: The Last Airbender are you likening to this prompt? The koi. Interesting. So the jellyfish could be a super powerful, like, god of the world, and if the jellyfish is, put in this bag, then the moon goes out, or something like that, for sure. Your friend, Eumius is alive. Alrighty, Rue. We have not rated Eumius before. That could be fun. Hi, kitty. Yeah, we're gonna get going here. Or a hostage. Yep, exactly. The jellyfish could be a hostage. It could be, going back to like the alien idea, it could be like, a human like has the jellyfish hostage and like the POV character is like a jellyfish alien and it's like, no, not the jellyfish. Moon jellyfish, yes. I don't know if you mean moon jellyfish in real life or like the jellyfish that's in control of the moon or both. A moon jellyfish that is actually connected to the moon. That is great. Anywho, this was very fun. Look forward to seeing what you guys are going to do with it. So I will see you all next time. And why do you have a jellyfish in a bag? Goodbye.